Hopefully somebody's out there and can see us or hear us. If you can, welcome to the Acme Packing Company 2021 NFL Draft Stream. This is going to be a hell of a lot more interesting now than we thought it was going to be at about 2 o'clock Eastern time. Yeah, looks like Aaron Rodgers probably isn't around for much longer, guys. But I am your host, Tex Western. We have Chris Burke. We have Archon, a.k.a. Ryan. We have John Burnett here. When he gets back in a few minutes, we will have a variety of other Acme Packing Company contributors signing in and out throughout the night. So we did it last year. Hopefully you had a good time last year. We'll have an interesting time at the very least this year.
I think maybe we should never have these because only bad things.
Horrible Packers-related quarterback things apparently tend to happen when we get on a live stream for the first round of the draft. We really maybe we should wait until the second round or the second day next year or something. Just because this is just too much. So somebody start. I don't even know where to begin at this point.
So the draft board for the Packers has probably been turned a little bit. We're probably going to find out if anybody's been following along on Twitter. There seems to be buzz building. Aaron Rodgers could be headed to Denver. So obviously we assume the number 9 overall pick will be with it. So that'll give Green Bay at least another option. I would assume that this does happen, that they're going to probably lean more offense just to get some help for Jordan Love. But I'm guessing the draft board's probably a little foobar from what it was 24 hours ago.
Yeah, that can't really disagree with that. I mean, I don't think anybody was expecting the possibility of the Packers using the 9th overall pick in the draft tonight. certainly was not on my radar. And again, obviously there's still no guarantee that that's going to be the case, but it's certainly looking more and more likely as every minute ticks by and every additional report comes in from one of the various people who's reporting on the NFL. So bear with us. We'll be here for 4 hours or so, whatever it takes to get through however many picks the Packers end up making. We're not quite yet ready with Jacksonville on the clock yet. Looks like they're still getting everything going from what looks like a really miserable day up in Cleveland, by the way. I'm only about 2 hours from there, and it's pretty gross around here, so that pretty well checks out at this point. That it'd be a pretty nasty weather day. So glad I didn't bother trying to make the drive up. But what are we doing here? What are we drinking? What are we thinking? I'll fire it off. I fired up a single malt whiskey from Denver in honor of these recent the recent rumors here going on this afternoon. But I have a feeling I'll be making my way through a couple different options over the course of the night. Starting a little lower on the proof and working my up to something barrel strength by the end of the night when I can't take it anymore. Oh man, this is.
Well, I'm totally sober, just so everyone is aware. I'm not only because I'm driving, but otherwise.
Thank goodness.
I had a bottle of Grey Goose. I had a bottle of Grey Goose out, and then I got a call from my son to go pick him up. So now I'm in the car for 2 hours. So. I'm going to have to deal with all of this sober, and that's not. I don't know. I don't know how that's going to go.
Yeah, we'll see.
I've got some Wisconsin Supper Club beer. I never had it, never heard of it. Pick that up.
Capital Brewing, yeah.
Capital, yeah. Supper Club's
I've got
all right.
Texas. I've got a bottle of Scotch. I've got a bottle of Larceny bourbon that I picked up today, but. Don't hopefully have to switch to that until later, but that may be changing, and I may skip the Glencairn glass and just drink from the damn bottle. I don't know. You guys might get to see.
We'll have to see how that goes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we had Paul Noonan in here just a second ago. Looked like we got a glimpse of his face. Hopefully, we'll have him back in here a little bit because I'm sure Paul's going to have thoughts.
Paul never
Paul
has
was
thoughts.
amped up last year. He's going to be way more amped up about this.
Oh my God!
So good.
If you tuned in last year, Paul.
Oh
Paul
my
pointed
God!
out in our Slack today that the Jordan Love pick was a franchise-destroying move, and I kind of laughed it off as frustration. But today I'm like, wow, how does he always end up right on these damn things? I don't know how Paul does it. He's been right on with the Packers quarterback situation. But,
I'll wait till they're actually destroyed.
I hope not, because that affects the economy there. Please no.
Oh man, yeah, it's. I joked on Twitter today that when the word came down about the Bill Michaels tweet about the offer from the 49ers to the Packers, I joked about the idea that really this was all a long con that John Lynch had started back during last year's draft when he traded up to grab Brandon Ayuk in front of the Packers, and that he did that with some sort of clairvoyance that it would cause the Packers to pick Jordan Love, create an untenable quarterback situation so that he could go out and trade for him this offseason. Little did I know that actually it does seem like that trade that took Ayuk out of the Packers' hands really was massively consequential, especially if this goes the way we, that all signs point to it going at this point.
So I've got Twitter open on my other.
I will not accept living in a universe where John Lynch is capable of winning a mental rope-a-dope. Not acceptable to me.
Just to give you guys a quick update here, so I've got a couple.
Oh
Broncos,
my
I've got
God.
Twitter up here. A couple Broncos beat guys are conflicting themselves. Mike Kliss is saying no. There's reports out there. He's told the Broncos are not in on talks. Troy Rensick is saying the Broncos are in on the talks. Both are Denver beat guys. Mike's with the TV station. I think Troy. I forgot who Troy's with now, but they're both Denver guys, and they seem to be conflicting each other. So who the hell knows what's going on?
Oh man. Yeah, I mean we worked through a whole bunch of pre-writes for the 29th pick over the course of the last day and a half, trying to guess who the hell the Packers were going to get and to be ready to go when that pick comes in. John Meerdink and I are now talking about, well, do we need to start pre-writing anything for the 9th pick? We're just gonna roll with this, guys. Like, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see where that shakes out, though. But that is interesting to your point, Chris, that we've got different sets of reports from within the Denver sports media sphere out there.
Well, then Mark Schlereth saying on the radio the deal is as close to being done. So, I mean, it's all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like the lies didn't go to all the reporters, just some of them.
Oh, my goodness.
This is the worst part of any draft, is as we get closer and closer, the amount of nonsense that gets fed from teams directly to people who rely on teams for information just increases exponentially. I mean, Rodgers has been traded each of the last 3 years, I think, at this point.
Oh, man. See, I was all ready to just have a nice, calm conversation about things, maybe preview what might happen at the 29th pick, until we started getting some picks starting to roll in, and I could pull the graphics up, and now here we are, basically just losing our shit. Understandably so. We do have a question already come into the Discord. What are the odds that this Rodgers news is more consequential than the entire potential of the rest of this draft class? That's a little.
That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't think you can ever put a single player over an entire draft class, because you're usually good to get a couple.
It's probably 100%.
Think so?
I mean, even like early first rounders, they don't have like a 100% hit rate. And we're talking about trading away a Hall of Fame quarterback. who just won an MVP. So like the impact that Rodgers could hypothetically have over just the next 2 seasons is probably more than every player they're going to draft in this class, just because of how valuable the quarterback position is and how good he is at it. So I feel like it's maybe not 100%, but it's like pretty close to 100%.
Yeah, I'd love to go back and look at, on average, how many Hall of Famers, for example, are in an individual year's draft class, right? And I guess you can boil it down to some extent to how many guys get in every year in the Hall of Fame, right? I can't remember if it's 5 or 6 or something like that, and you've probably averaged that out over time, and it probably ends up with maybe 4 or 5 guys per draft class.
The class of '83, Elway, Marino, that class is probably going to wreck the curve.
Yeah, but even so, to your point, I mean, coming off an MVP season, I mean, there's never been a player who has been traded, or I think I saw that there's never been an reigning MVP who did not play for the same team the next year.
Only 2, but they both retired.
Right. So Jim Brown, who is the other one? I'm blanking on the other one.
Oh, somebody in 1960.
Okay. So
they just said it on ESPN a little bit ago.
Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know.
To be fair, if like there was some weird situation where Justin Fields fell to 9 and they took Justin Fields, the answer would be significantly different. But like I'm gonna guess they wouldn't take a quarterback at 9, and if they're not taking quarterback at 9, they're not getting impactful quarterback prospect in any way. So yeah, I mean it's probably close to 100%. I'm pretty committed to that.
I was actually going to ask you guys what you thought about if they were to do that, pull this trade off. Do they go quarterback at 9? And obviously that depends on who's there. But let's say either Fields or Trey Lance is there at 9. Do you go ahead and do that? Does it depend on what you get back in the trade? Ryan, you mentioned, does Drew Lock come back if Denver is the trade partner, and because we know the Packers were in on Drew Lock a couple years ago. I don't know. Do you go quarterback if Fields or Lance is there?
I don't know how you do after last year. You're admitting that last year was an absolute mistake on your part then.
Right.
Which is fine if you do that, but that's what you're doing.
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking about like an organizational infrastructure that was so stubborn that they basically kicked their Hall of Fame quarterback out the door prematurely on a financial timeline that didn't make any sense. And then would suddenly admit that, like, hey, maybe that thing that was pretty clearly a bad idea when it happened was actually a bad idea, and we're going to go a different direction. Seems pretty unlikely.
I mean, like, we're also, if we're getting to the point that we believe the trade is happening, we're willing to accept that a team that has had 2 straight NFC Championship appearances, 26-6, is willing to say, like, why don't we get rid of our MVP quarterback and just start over from scratch? It's one of the craziest ideas ever, and then we have to question everybody in that building.
It's fair, and to the original question, admitting a year of defeat after Jordan Love, and that'd be a tough pill to swallow. It's you're basically admitting not even a year. I mean, he was inactive every game. That was a failure. Is a really tough pill to swallow. I think you at least got to give somebody to compete with. But if you've got somebody top 10 versus somebody who was in the top, just a top 26, I think that sends the message as to who the front runner would be. And I can't imagine Jordan Love would sit still for that. So, hey, Love and Rodgers being traded. Nobody probably had that on the bingo card.
I mean, I think you brought up an important thing. That's like Jordan Love didn't beat out Tim Boyle for like the number 2 quarterback spot the entire year. And as much as the Packers beat writing brass is oddly obsessed with Tim Boyle, like he's an undrafted free agent. There's nothing in his profile that suggests he's any good. And if you can't even if you're not if Rodgers gets hurt and we need someone to keep the offense afloat for a half, if it's just a 1-game injury, you can't even break that ceiling. Like that seems very problematic.
Well, that points out a little too. Then what did they see in Jordan Love that warranted that? I mean, that basically is a huge indictment of your scouting department. Then is it not?
I mean, yeah, it's almost like the guy who wasn't very good at Utah State might not be that good.
Yeah, they saw something clearly. I mean, the Packers wouldn't make that kind of a move. They didn't see something unless they just didn't watch any 2019 tape, which, if that's the case, the scouting department needs to be Thanos. But I don't know.
Yeah, that pick last year only makes sense if your plan was to have him sit anyhow, and you were going to keep your MVP quarterback for several years.
All right. Well, we finally have Jacksonville on the clock, so we got that going for us, which is nice.
Hey.
Quick question: Is everyone who's watching or who's got cable and who's streaming? Because I have cable and I don't want to be throwing things off or spoiling things 10 seconds before they happen for people.
I'm streaming. It's cable, but streaming. It's on an Apple TV.
Because I'm at 7:55 in the first pick right now.
Yeah, I'm at 8:30.
Okay.
NFL Network is coming back from commercial for me, so we'll see. Don't worry about me. So go ahead and don't worry about spoiling anything for me.
Be a big shock in the first pick when it's Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, no kidding.
Nice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh boy, not a great day to be a Wisconsin sports fan. Giannis rolled his ankle.
God damn it!
God.
This day sucks so bad.
And Corbin Burns went to the IL too, so we had the
trifecta. He's basically, I can't say it, but
it's
he's got
COVID.
Yep.
It's COVID. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those that you can't. It's the only injury that you don't explicitly
designate.
Announce on the injury list. Yeah.
Stupid HIPAA.
So.
They're not a HIPAA provider.
All right. Well.
Jacksonville trolling everybody, thinking they're not.
Yeah.
Get on
You've
with
now
it.
wasted 3.5 minutes for something everyone knows is going to happen.
I mean, unless Jacksonville trades Trevor Lawrence for Aaron Rodgers.
I actually kind of wonder in this situation why, when the team knows it, in this case, the team knows exactly what they're going to do, why you are not running that pickup as soon as possible.
Yep.
To try and kind of short the.
Bear with us here. Technical difficulty. All right, hang with me here.
5 more minutes, but of course it might be from the NFL to keep this. Don't submit your pick until later because we've got to string out the TV time so we can maximize commercials.
That's part of it.
That's probably it.
All right, there we go. Sorry, it was minor technical difficulty for a second there, but we are back. Back to await the official announcement of Trevor Lawrence's pick. Oh, man. I like that somebody just said, somebody find Corbin Burns and wrap him in bubble wrap. Too late, buddy. Too late. So.
Should have wrapped him in Pfizer.
Oy.
Oh, Urban Meyer, you precocious scamp.
All right, well, so... Go ahead.
My first college baseball coach reminded me of Urban Meyer in both the good ways and the bad ways. So every time I see Urban Meyer now, it just reminds me of my college baseball coach.
So while we're waiting, I'll just take a poll of the three of you. Who's QB1 when the Packers take the field? Is it Rodgers or is it Love or is it somebody else in September?
God.
Gut feeling.
I think it's Rodgers.
I agree.
I don't believe any of this.
It's so impossible to trade him, right? Just from a financial perspective, it seems impossible to accomplish that, given how much dead cap you're gonna take on, and they don't have a lot of some money, but there are some real limitations to how much money they can even move around.
I mean, can they extend in trade? Could they restructure in trade? You know, that I think they'd have to, because my feeling is after what's come out today, I don't know how that's going to work with Rodgers under center. That's going to be awkward as awkward can be. That's just, but unless Rodgers comes out and says, "Oh, holy crap! I've been hiking in the mountains. What sorcery is this?" But I don't. I was having that chat with somebody else. It's like, watch Rodgers will pop up and be like, "Nothing to see here. Move along, and all will be well." But I just don't see how he can come back. You know, I just think it's going to be too awkward. Personally, I mean, it's either going to be Jordan Love or it's going to be somebody else as a stopgap.
It sure feels like there's some bridges that have been burned, right? Like, you wouldn't be leaking these sorts of things if, from one side or the other, if you weren't ready to or prepared to, burn that bridge a little bit.
Yeah, you don't like as I said in our
willing
Slack
to
chat
admit-
today. You don't lob that grenade on the day of the draft, and not expect some kind of consequence after that. I mean, clearly there was some orchestration here on Rodgers' part, but I don't know. Everything I've said
I
about the
won't
situation.
believe that Paul Allen, of all people, Paul Allen scooped the entire NFL. And he's the first to report this. He's not a reporter. He knows nobody outside of Vikings headquarters. He doesn't know any of this. How did he scoop all of these people?
Blind
That makes
squirrel and nut.
No.
Blind squirrel and a nut.
Well, so I mean, he was the one who reported or who was it him who Bill Michaels cited in the report about the trade. So that I'm with you there. I don't think there's anything to that, at least to that particular trade or the details of that trade. But it did. I guess that was kind of the thing that started off all this firestorm today. But what that kind of tells me is, a lot of this stuff has been brewing for a while, and I mean, it's been very, cautiously alluded to in the media by a number of different people over the last few months, and something, maybe just brought this all to a head. I don't know. I hear you, Chris. I don't know how you necessarily move forward, but I also don't think that given the position that the Packers have taken, and now that we're seeing some conflicting reports coming out of the Denver side, I wouldn't be surprised at all if they do just dig in their heels and say, look, you're going to be our quarterback this year, and if you're not, that is your decision. We are not going to make it for you. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's been brewing for a year. Like, it was pretty clear that Rodgers was obviously and understandably so incredibly pissed off about the Jordan Love pick, and so I mean he really was a pretty good soldier about it for the last year. He's obviously I'm not thrilled about it, but gonna still take care of my business, win off, and had the most efficient quarterbacking season ever. And so I'm not super. I mean, I guess I'm surprised by just how much it blew up just this afternoon, but I'm not super surprised that he's really pissed off about it. I guess the biggest thing is it's just he doesn't want to cave to Green Bay's timeline, which was always going to be to trade him next offseason. And, he wants it's really more of even a control thing of just I want to have control over this, and I understand that this is going to suck for you, and that's kind of part of the point. Also, Lawrence is official.
Spoiler alert.
So there we go. So I get to pull up the draft board for the first time. So here we go. Got some exciting graphics, but there you go.
As angry as Rodgers was, doesn't he just look at Love in practice and say, "Oh, this guy's not replacing me soon. I don't care what timeline you got. I'm not worried about this guy. He's in the same practice with him, for crying out loud."
Yeah, if
I
Love
get-
is as bad as the media guys have said, then yeah, I totally hear what you're saying.
I think that might even make it worse, though, is just because like Rodgers is obviously getting close to the end. So I think part of it is we need to not think about the situation in like normal football terms, but think about it more in like basketball terms. Of Aaron Rodgers is essentially like the superstar basketball player nearing the end of his career, and the Packers essentially, from his perspective, completely wasted major resource to improve the team to do something that is going to provide him with no value whatsoever.
Yeah, I get that. I can see that work.
Hey guys, what's happening?
Hey there, we have Lindsay on the board.
Nothing, Lindsay. It's a very quiet day.
No news at all.
I'm
Except for Tim Tebow.
I'm live from my fallout shelter in case Rodgers does get moved and Green Bay goes nuclear. If not, if it does happen and I don't make it, I love you all. Tex, you can have my bourbon collection.
I don't think that bourbon collection will be drinkable at that point.
I'd be radioactive. I mean, it might. I don't know how that flavor would come out, but.
Oh man,
This is nuts.
One of my favorite moments today is Tom Brady getting very uppity. He's like, man, my favorite day. People showing pictures of me for my combine. I was like, yeah, Tom, everybody's talking about you today.
Well, did everybody see Mahomes' tweet as all this nonsense with Rodgers was going on? He goes, "I love it here." I'm like, dude, not now.
oh,
I'm like, not now, Pat. Thank you.
just twist that knife.
To death,
Twist the knife, man.
I'm like, geez.
This is the payback for having the petty quarterback. It has a lot of benefits, but this is the downside.
Yeah. Oy.
I'm still in shock, y'all. Like, to be quite honest, I am not accepting this as reality.
Yeah.
So, update for me and Rappaport. The Packers have not engaged at all, despite a few teams calling about trading for Rodgers. Packers have no plans to change him, so nothing has changed.
All right. Well,
Done.
I will say, of the people who have reported things out of Green Bay today, or involving Green Bay today, Rappaport is usually pretty well in tune with the front office and the organization. I would certainly trust him over a number of the people who have been reporting a variety of things over the course of the day today. So,
Sure, but what did Florio say?
Ramble.
I'm gonna make sure I don't get sued for slander, so I'm gonna reserve comment on Mike Florio.
You just say what he said, and that would be good enough to understand where he is.
Yeah, well, all I'll do is I'll refer you to Matub's
Right.
tweet from earlier today.
Perfect.
That's.
I'm sure he nailed it.
Oh, I just saw a tweet from Jared Van Dyke on Twitter, who is sharing in my Scotch shirtness. He says, "After today, no other shirt will do," and I completely agree there, Jared. God. So I think we're all at different stages in the bargaining process, right? Like the stages of grief. I was texting with a friend of mine this afternoon, and he's very much in the anger phase. I'm still like in the bargaining phase of reacting to, the potential breakup. I don't know, where do you guys fall in the the 7 stages of grief at this point?
Oh, I'm very much in the first stage, denial.
Still denial? Yeah.
I actually hit acceptance already. I'm like, okay, dude, if this is what you want, because I don't just want this to drag on. I'm like, if you want to go. Thanks for the service. Thanks for all the fish. I mean, it's at that point. I'm like, if he's gonna throw a tantrum, I do not want to go through the Favre thing again. If this is the writing's been on the wall for a while, so I kind of been preparing myself for the last year on this happening. I thought maybe it would be this time a year from now, not now. But I kind of hit the acceptance stage where I want to kind of really see what Jordan Love can do if he's going to be the guy.
Yeah, I float even just when it was initially. What do you,
We're losing you a little bit there.
can you hear me now better?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, I probably wasn't talking at my microphone, which is usually the problem with this laptop. I float between the different stages. Still, just get kind of pissed off about the entire process because I mean, as I wrote last spring, like does just the timing of it doesn't make any sense. The now rate of like successful late first or second round quarterbacks outside of Lamar Jackson in the last 15 years, like the next best quarterback is like Derek Carr. So it's not like these guys routinely turn into great quarterbacks.
Hey, Andy Dalton was
and
a
so-
early second round pick.
He was perfectly cromulent.
Yeah.
And so with the way with where Rodgers was at, just going into his new extension, I just was baffled by the selection then. And so I always come back to that. It's just the selection and the resource process that they've engaged in has not made any sense over the course of the last 2 years. And so I just continually get frustrated by that because I really do believe that if they had, done better last offseason and with this upcoming with this last offseason that we, are partially in right now, they could have created a contender for this, 2020 to 2022 era. And then, after that, if you do have to go through, the divorce process, that is what it is. But they never really committed to giving Rodgers kind of that, end of his prime type of finish thing. And I kind of equate it to basketball. Like, the Lakers aren't trying to push LeBron James out the door. They've sold out everything to maximize their window with him. And the Packers did not do that. And some of that, I think, is just arrogance and hubris on their part because they moved on from one Hall of Fame quarterback before, and it turns out they ended up with a better one. But I think they're fools if they think that they're just going to be able to do it again.
All right. Well, we have the second pick in. The Jets have, as expected, selected Zach Wilson from BYU.
Right,
now it gets interesting.
Now the draft will begin.
Yep. 49ers up on the clock. Figure. Well, I don't know. All right, taking a break from Packers discussion for a minute. Who is our pick for San Francisco here? Where are they gonna go, and where should they go?
I think
Aaron Rodgers.
Mac Jones, but 16 years later. But yeah. The Mac Jones thing, I think, wasn't just smoke. I think there was a lot there, but I really don't think that's where they should go.
No.
I'd go with Fields if Kyle Shanahan can do whatever the hell he wants. He can pick. I wouldn't do Mac Jones if you take the others, but I mean Shanahan knows what he's doing.
I think I'd rather go with Fields at this spot.
Yeah.
I think Mac Jones has never done a rollout in his life, and that's a huge part of their offense. And he's massively unathletic, and I think that's going to matter. I mean, the other thing is, if you want to talk about hubris, I mean, Shanahan's got it. He definitely does believe he can do whatever he wants with whomever at quarterback. So maybe he just thinks he can make Mac Jones that guy, but I think Fields would be the better pick.
Yeah, but just that's the thing is, it's like if you can make Mac Jones that guy. I mean, Shanahan has turned Nick Mullins and like a bunch of crap wide receivers into a competent offense, so long as Mullins isn't getting pressured. So if you can take, someone who is, very mediocre and make that offense perfectly fine, why would you not take the ceiling swing to like really elevate your offense to a high level? Because the last thing you want to have end up happening when you're drafting a quarterback is it's not even drafting a bust quarterback. That sucks. What you don't want is you don't want to draft Jared Goff. You don't want to draft, Kirk Cousins like early because you get caught in this quarterback purgatory cycle where you're like, Derek Carr is another one where like he's too good to just like be really bad and be able to get a high end quarterback. So you're constantly picking in the teens. So you either have to trade a ton to move up, which is exactly what San Francisco's had here because they had another one of those kind of quarterback purgatory guys in Jimmy Garoppolo. And you end up giving them this second contract, which pays them a ton of money. And so I don't know why they would kind of almost reset that with a guy who has some serious ceiling inhibitors in Mac Jones. And his most likely outcome is going to be kind of that same middling quarterback, and they're going to be right back where they were, now 3 years from now.
Yeah.
No, I'm with you 100%. I think you go for the ceiling. I almost even like the idea of grabbing Trey Lance here, because if you want pure ceiling, he might have the best tools of any of these guys. And to your point, you've got a reasonably competent offense cobbled together with Jimmy G and Nick Mullins and whoever else. Try to do that for one more year, see what you can do with it, and then turn the keys over to Lance when you think he's ready, maybe in 22. And I like Fields. I think I do think he's going to be a pretty solid NFL quarterback, but I think the ceiling with Lance is just a little higher, and you might go that route. I actually think Fields is the guy for them, though. I'm not buying all the Mac Jones stuff. All the smoke screens coming out of San Francisco for the last 5 weeks and whatever it is since that trade. I don't know what to believe, but I think Fields would be a great fit for that. The play action based offense. He's certainly more than mobile enough. He's got a huge arm. He's great with a deep ball. And I think that's the Shanahan LaFleur offense, right? You kind of bang away with the run game. You set up big plays off of play action, and you need a good deep passer to do that. And I think Fields is maybe the best fit, best pure scheme fit that I see for San Francisco.
Then you trade Jimmy G to the Patriots.
I mean, it seems so obvious that like if they do select, the one thing is Jimmy G does have a no trade, but like I think going to New England would be a place where he would probably waive it, just given his relationship with that organization. But I mean, that's another thing is if San Francisco's quarterback, they can get some of the capital that they've moved back from New England. You're not getting ton because Jimmy G is kind of he's a fine but unspectacular quarterback. Like you can probably get something. Oh, pick is in. We're gonna find out now.
Or it's Kyle Pitts and all hell's gonna break loose. That's my other feedback. Just kidding. That was floated though. If they took Pitts, something's up. But
Pitts and Kittle was crazy.
Just want to say Zach Wilson's family looks very BYU. Very
yes.
BYU.
For sure.
Man.
A lot of big Dan Smith energy. And what the Dolphins have done the last few years in terms of just asset allocation is just really impressive.
Yeah. I mean
the pick is in, and it is a quarterback. Does anybody want the spoiler?
Hit us.
Trey Lance at number 3.
It's Lance. Damn.
Lance.
All right.
So
that always made more sense than Mac Jones.
Yep.
Yeah, I would agree with what Tech said about Fields, but I mean that's not a bad pick at all.
No.
Yeah, no, I personally like Fields more. I mean, the amount of reps and the level of accuracy is high, but I can understand in San Francisco's particular situation where they would fall in love with Lance as a prospect. So it wouldn't have been necessarily what I would do, but I get it.
And I think you're right that then they don't trade Jimmy G because I think you give him the time to get used to the speed and the repetition that they've got there. Because I think that makes more sense to let him have at least 1 year to get more ready for this level.
all the Niners fans at the draft party are so happy.
And that all, but I think we said this earlier, but I think this all but means Aaron Rodgers won't finish his career in San Francisco.
Yeah, I think that's
theory's
I think
been
that's
floated
officially
a lot.
off the table now.
Yeah, that theory was floated over the last year, when there was talk about trades. But
All right.
back to what you guys were saying about Miami. They have done a phenomenal job on draft capital, and Flores has done a good job with that team. That they, Belichick's coming at the end of the road. I think that might be the team best position to take over the East, besides maybe Buffalo, obviously. But as far as long term, I think Miami's going to be well positioned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after 15 years of, pretty consistent incompetence from that division outside of New England, Buffalo definitely has their shit together. Just in terms of, what they've done in free agency in Buffalo is really impressive in terms of a lot of those kind of mid-value contracts on veterans that are competent, kind of round out the roster. Josh Allen's improvement is probably the biggest improvement we've seen in quite a while in terms of a quarterback just suddenly becoming accurate after not being. The Jets, at least have brought in highly respected defensive coordinator, and now LaFleur's brother is running the offense. So you're expecting a lot of those Shanahan system influences, which will keep the offense, relatively simple. And then, of course, Miami, like you said, Flores has done a great job, and they've done a great job in terms of leveraging all of that draft capital that Houston gave them, because that was actually the pick that they used to trade out of was Houston's, if I remember correctly. So,
well, the thing with Buffalo that can, the only thing that I think would slow Buffalo down is, we talk about Josh Allen's improvement, but that makes him, I think, a regression candidate.
Yeah, possibly.
Because what he put on college tape, and for it to turn around, maybe, I got to see him put together another year. After 2 years, I could say, okay, he's fine. But every once in a while, the quarterback hits a hot year and then tails off after. But
that's the case Keenum.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm talking like almost right out of the draft, but yeah, correct. Well, Allen's been around a couple years, but yeah.
Yeah.
Allen still had the drunkest playoff game I think I've ever seen. Like, he was just in the middle of the field, just trying to lateral the ball to nobody. There was no one there.
So with Lance, he was, he had opted out of 2020, right? Because NDSU with the rest of the FCS teams was going to play in the spring, right?
NDSU is playing right now.
Right. Well, yeah, kind of like that.
Yeah. I just couldn't remember exactly what the situation was, if he had 2 full seasons as a starter, if it was a season and a half.
He had 1 season and 1 game. They played 1 game in the fall. And basically, from what I understand, the deal behind that is Lance playing in that game guaranteed some of the partial scholarships because FCS has different scholarship rules than FCS does. So it guaranteed some of the partial scholarships for some of the guys on the team. And so that was a big reason for why he played in that game, because he really didn't have much to gain, only really a lot to lose. He really couldn't do better than he did his redshirt freshman year. And so, but that was kind of the thing, because the FCS programs are all playing in the spring. They're going on kind of right now. I kind of loosely follow North Dakota State because my brother or stepbrother played there in the 2000s, but with it being something I haven't been.
I still follow Idaho through the FCS, even though they're the first team to go downward. Because the Kibbe Dome is amazing.
So where do we think Atlanta goes here?
There's been a lot of smoke around Kyle Pitts here. I still think... I think Lance would have been their best case scenario. Get a guy to take over again from Matt Ryan after a year or two. But, I think...
from Georgia, right?
He is. You're right. And that would be... that'd be another good situation for him to sit for a year or so. But, no, I suspect they're going to go Pitts, and I think it'd be the wrong call.
Why isn't Atlanta trading back?
Or that's another option.
because they should definitely one of the teams that wants Fields, or if somebody likes Mac Jones a lot, like Atlanta should be trading back, because even as much as you love, Kyle Pitts, if you trade back from 4 here to say, like, let's say Denver doesn't get Rodgers and you're swapping back to 9 with Denver, the amount of capital Denver would have to give up to move from 9 to 4 for a quarterback, seems like something you should really want to entertain. Or if New England wants to move up for Fields, you could get a ton of draft capital there to supplement your team around Matt Ryan, because it's just is as special as Kyle Pitts is as a prospect, there still is a major tight end learning curve that you always see. And I love him as a prospect. It's hard for me to say bad about Pitts, because he really is super special. But it's still a tight end at 4th overall. And my thing is if you're not taking a quarterback in the top 5, you should be trying to trade out in basically every scenario.
Watch the Bears straight up.
Now you're just this day could actually get worse if they trade up the field.
Pick is in, so there's no trade.
At least here. So, God, man, what would Chicago have to give up to get into the 5-6 range from 20, right? I mean that's a first next year at least.
Oh yeah, let them give up everything. They're really good at this.
That works out really well for them.
Yeah.
By the way, Giannis just a right ankle sprain.
I hope that's a final. I hope that's not pending an MRI.
Yeah, I know. No, the Bucks thing said he's out with the right ankle sprain.
Sprains can be bad.
Well, they can be. It can be anywhere from a few days to 4 weeks. Ask LeBron James.
Yeah.
It's bubble wrap time for him until the playoffs.
But the Brewers are winning 2-0 right now, so I mean,
that's a major upset.
There we go.
Travis Shaw hit a 2-run home run off of Howard.
Very nice.
So,
that explains why I got a Travis message in my group message, because I was like, "There's no Travis at this draft."
You hate things you hate to see.
Well, they did what everyone expected.
Hits?
Yep.
So let's venture back to the Packers for a second. So
do we have to?
You still go if he's there, or if the Packers can move up to 21, do you stick to the plan with this brouhaha going on? I mean, if you can get someone like Bateman at 21, do you still do it?
It depends on you can get Aaron to come back.
I mean, you got to throw Jordan Love with somebody though, regardless. I think. I mean, they could use him regardless of who's playing.
I do also think that if you do that, then maybe that's one of those signs that Rodgers is looking for or something, right? That you're trying to give him weapons or I know that's kind of been the cliche, and they put together a top ranked offense with the weapons that they had, but maybe that's the sign that he's looking for, that the team is committing to to put weapons around him in the offense. I don't know, but that's if you move to Jordan Love, you're going to need a young, talented receiver for him to throw to. So I still think that's a good route to go.
It's a hell of a leverage play to leak it out like that. But I mean,
we live in a very dumb timeline right now.
Oh my God.
I'm gonna bump up just for curiosity's sake. I'm gonna pull up RAS cards for a bunch of these guys as they come up on the stream. So, putting Pitts up there, and as you can see, I mean that's an absurd. It's not quite a Vernon Davis level workout, but it's not too far off.
What is it, 9.8?
9.66 is what they gave him. Okay. The only thing that's below about a 6.5 is just that he's a little on the light side at 245. But 4.44 in the 40.
That's so ridiculous.
10'9" broad jump. It's ludicrous.
He's basically a like the freak edge rushers that you get, where like these guys broad jump 11 feet and then run sub 4.5. Like he's that kind of freak athlete, and those dudes are probably the most athletic human beings on the planet. And he does that in addition to having the high levels of hand-eye coordination necessary to play receiver.
Yeah, it's absurd, but
So here's an interesting bit from Schefter on the 49ers pick. Again, the 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced. Does anybody buy that?
I don't believe that you're allowed to select anyone without informing
like
Kyle
any
Shanahan. At
secretary-
least.
So I had heard that it was
Exactly.
Shanahan and Lynch
Not a
were the
word.
only.
Other than
yeah.
the names of the picks announced.
I had heard earlier today that Shanahan and Lynch knew who the pick was going to be, and nobody else in the building did.
They made everybody else play a game of Wheel of Fortune, right?
Yeah. And I guess,
I can believe-
are you that paranoid that you're going to have an assistant coach who's going to
Oh,
put
yeah.
something out? I mean, clearly they are, and it doesn't surprise me that NFL teams are that paranoid, whether or not they need to be.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you can have that discussion, but
I mean, I'll say this, that I have a friend who has worked in the NBA, and teams in the NBA are like that. Where like stuff that seems like very big decisions, very, very few people find out because they don't want stuff leaking. And so I would not be surprised if San Francisco was like Lynch and Shanahan and like maybe the assistant general manager are the only people who actually know, because, you know, media members like to hit up area scouts and assistant coaches. And so, and they want to talk because they want to sound like they know stuff and are in the know and are cool. And so, you know, it's like that across sports. And I don't know whether it's, you know,
Yeah.
necessary or not. I mean, you can probably construct an organization where leaks aren't that big of a deal, but it's a thing that does happen in the sports world.
all right. So now that puts us up to, gosh, I don't even remember. Cincinnati. That's right. The Bengals. Are the Bengals the most forgettable team in the NFL?
Yes.
Yes.
Take a second. Yes.
Yeah.
Coached by Mike Sherman's son-in-law, if I recall, Zach Taylor. I think he's married Mike Sherman's daughter, if I recall. Fun fact.
Feel like I remember that too. Yeah.
Key to being an NFL coach is to marry their children.
Nepotism.
As we learned, as our good friend Paul Noonan wrote about in the after the Joe Barry hire recently. So, all right. Well, where does Cincinnati go here? You've got Joe Burrow having just had his knee completely shredded in the middle of the season. So do you go Sewell to keep him protected, knowing that you had just spent a first-round pick on a left tackle 2 years ago, or do you give him a weapon like Jamar Chase and one that he is very familiar with and basically lit everything up with 2 years ago in LSU?
I think you go with the line here because, you know, if you go back to what Green Bay did with Rodgers, you know, after 2 years, you know, okay, they knew what they had. Brian Bulaga was taken, you know, and I think you got to build from the inside out, but at the same time, that offense needs another weapon. I would take the offensive tackle here personally, but
yeah, I do wonder if they go for that chemistry factor, knowing that, you know, that Chase was his, you know, he and Justin Jefferson being Burrow's go-to guys 2 years ago in that run to the national championship. I could see that at least being a key component there. But they did take a first-round, early second-round receiver, I think, last year with T. Higgins.
Yep.
And then they've still got Tyler Boyd around, who's a quality player. So either way you go, you're spending a resource, you know, on a position that you've spent a top 33 pick on one of the last 2 years, whether that's a tackle or receiver. I don't know. The other option is trade out, right?
well, the pick's in, so it's
All right. Never mind.
yeah, the pick is in.
I wonder if this will be a little bit like last year, where we thought there was going to be a lot of wheeling and dealing in that top 10 or so, and then we didn't get our first trade until like 12, and then everything just went completely nuts.
That gives us a little bit of time to brace for any 3-time MVP shenanigans. I hate to keep harping on it, but I'm.
All right. Well, after having calmed down from the whole Denver thing, I have now moved on to. We're just gonna do a virtual bourbon tasting tonight. Basically, is kind of how some of this is gonna go. I promised you whiskey talk on Twitter tonight, so I am nothing if not a man of my word. So, second bottle is from Peerless in downtown Louisville, Kentucky. This is a single barrel pick that I picked up from the distillery a couple weeks ago when I was down there visiting.
It is Lamar Chase, by the way.
It is Chase. All right. There we go.
Interesting.
Yeah, while you were on the phone there, we were discussing, and the I wonder how much the chemistry factor with Burrow throwing to Chase 2 years ago plays in here. I would imagine a fair amount.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I mean, Chase's workout numbers were actually really impressive too for a guy that you knew was a good athlete, but didn't necessarily expect him to run a sub 4-second shuttle, which is basically alien.
That's Jeff Janis level.
Oh, the hype train.
But
I went there.
It's another situation for Cincinnati where it's either wide receiver or offensive tackle would have been fine. And so I'm always like this, but I would have been calling around hey, what can we get to try and move back? But there wasn't really a wrong pick for Cincinnati to make here if they had gone, Chase or Sewell, or if they preferred Rashawn Slater or something like that. They had needs at wide receiver and needs at offensive tackle, and there were high level prospects at both spots. So it would have been really, really hard for them to mess this up.
And it's Cincinnati, so they would have found a way to.
There's a chance that they would have managed to do it. Yeah.
Would have been Micah Parsons.
Well, you think too about the teams that might be interested in coming up for a quarterback. Maybe Carolina's still in that range. Denver, might still be there. Yeah. So if you're moving all the way down from 5 to 8 or 9, you're probably taking yourself out of in all likelihood, Chase and Sewell probably go, in that 6, 7, 8
on that roster, and the fact that they're taking a pretty big dent between Stafford's dead cap and Goff's money. I think they're already over $40 million at the quarterback position this year, just between the Stafford's dead money and Goff's salary.
I forgot Stafford's cap. It was that
it was pretty brutal. Both the Rams and the Lions took a bath.
All right. Well, looks like the Dolphins pick is in as well. So we'll see where.
So do we think they're probably receiver? It feels like receiver.
What's their offensive line situation? Because I could see them going Sewell here too.
Let me pull up the Dolphins depth chart here.
Yeah, I pulled up Jamar Chase's. I pulled up Chase's RAS card real quick too again here. Good size at just over 6 foot and 201, but again 4.34 40, 399 shuttle, sub 7 3 cone, 11 flat in the broad, and 41-inch vert. Those are elite numbers across the board. So
just looking right now, Miami could absolutely take Sewell because their offensive line situation is pretty soft.
Yeah.
They're starting Austin Jackson, who, at least according to ESPN, but they do have Will Fuller on, so it looks like it has been updated. But Austin Jackson, who, if I remember correctly, was a guard prospect coming out, they have as the starting left tackle. So
yeah, I feel like I remember him playing tackle last year and not playing particularly well at all. So that wouldn't. It wouldn't shock me if they would have improved from there.
Take maybe Elijah Vera Tucker and try and kick another guard out to tackle. Wow! Okay, they took a punt returner at 6.
Whoa,
that's interesting.
Hold on. Goodell's just walking up on my screen.
I'm obviously exaggerating a little bit. There's a lot more to his game than that, but I just...
Is it Waddle? It
Oh,
is. Oh,
yeah.
my goodness.
Waddle feels not quite like it, but it feels like a lot of those gadget receivers that get taken in the top 10 and then just don't really work out. He's got more to his game than like, a Tavon Austin did or something like that, but it very much feels like we're overdrafting a guy a little bit because his highlight tape is really fun.
Mm-hmm.
Heads up, I'm going to have to mute for a couple minutes here. My wife just got home, so my puppy is going to freak out.
All good. No worries.
So I guess dolphins swim, but they also waddle. We promised bad puns tonight too. So
Yeah, there you go.
that one. I got the face palm there. Thank you.
Oh man! All right, let me pull Waddle's card up here. So it is interesting that I saw somebody talking about Waddle in terms of, why is the size so big of a question for Devontae Smith but not for Waddle? Waddle's 5'9.5", 180. Devontae Smith is just over 6 foot and just under $170. So that's a very different body type. Waddle reminds me a little of kind of a Deshaun Jackson body type, right? I guess I can't even say that. Deshaun was on the skinnier side than that. He was more like 5'10", 170. So
Detroit's pick is already in, so I don't know what the hell happened there, but that was quick.
Well, what's their left tackle situation? They've got Taylor Decker there.
That's got to be Sewell.
I would think they're pretty excited about that, unless they've just fallen in love with Devontae Smith. But yeah, that took no time at all from Detroit. Well, and I do wonder if it's Smith, because their receiver situation is pretty dire right now. Galladay went to the Giants, right? I don't remember who they have left at wide receiver at this point. So that wouldn't shock me, but let me see if I can pull up a depth chart.
I keep forgetting Marvin Jones is gone.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right, let's see here. Trade depth chart. That'd be a crazy little three man run of receivers here if they do take Devontae Smith. Oh, that's right. So they signed Brashad Perriman and Tyrell Williams in free agency this offseason.
Yeah.
But so they also aren't in dire straits really on the offensive line, at least not at tackle. Taylor Decker's still around at left tackle. They got Tyrell Crosby, who's been pretty good for them at right tackle. They certainly could use help at guard, and I guess you could maybe try to move Crosby in from tackle to guard and put. But I don't know. I don't know that offensive line makes sense here.
It is Sewell.
It is okay.
Yep.
So then, where does he play? He's got to be playing right tackle. So they're moving Crosby into guard. That's the only thing that makes any sense, right? Decker's been
map reasons, yeah.
Decker has been very good on the left side. So unless they're gonna put Sewell on the left, move Decker over to the right side, I don't see that happening though. I don't know. But yeah, that was the only thing that, based on value, that would make me think that they were gonna jump that quickly at bringing that pick in that fast. All right, well let's get the results up there.
Carolina on the clock. This is where it might get interesting. Or Sam Darnold, if they take quarterback.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is one where you could go Darnold and let him sit behind, or just let him try to beat. You could go Justin Fields and let him try to beat out Sam Darnold in year one, and if not, then develop him and bring him along and have him start in year 2. Mac Jones has a big goofy grin on his face.
Great tweet. Smart by Detroit to get Penny Sewell to protect Tim Boyle. I will laugh if Boyle beats out. I mean, it ain't gonna happen, but I would laugh hard if that happened.
The Boyle stuff, I can't deal with it. It's too much. The bit is over for me, and it has been over for a while, to be honest with you. All right, let me fire up Sewell's card here.
Tex is obviously a fan of Packer legend Seneca Wallace.
That's right. All right, so there you go. They are pumped. Oh boy, they are pumped in Detroit. Look at Dan Campbell ready to bite somebody's kneecaps off.
If nothing, the press conferences will be entertaining.
He's got that going for him. Didn't really have a problem with that with Patricia, though. He was just fun to make fun of, though, more than anything else. So, all right, well, that's 7 picks in. Of all the players that we have RAS cards for, they're basically all elite athletes, as one would expect.
Melvin Gordon just tweeted, "Yes, sir, shoot that shot," with a laughing emoji.
Interesting. Wonder if that's a clearly that's presumably Rogers related, but
with the laughing emoji, I'm thinking he's probably racking rumors, but
yeah,
MG3.
Gordon's just really excited about the offer that was given to with tight end earlier today for Wisconsin. He's just really, really excited about that.
Fans on site love that.
My wife just looked up and she went, "Jesus, that guy is huge."
Who's that, Sewell?
Yeah.
Oh God.
I thought maybe she was talking about me because of the way my camera angle, my iPad there.
Oh man.
My table. Puppy broke my table, so I've got my iPad on my knee. My knee.
Sacrifices we have to make, right?
Yeah, she's a good dog, but yeah.
All right. Well, Carolina would have loved for Sewell to be there.
Yep.
I would imagine.
I think this is going to be a quarterback.
You should take Justin Fields.
This would be a good time to take Fields.
Yeah. Let's see where we go here.
All right, I've been a little lost here, guys. My Bluetooth kept kicking out on me, so I've been missing a little bit here. But I have my son with me now, and he can update me on picks as we go through now. So I've got a helper.
There you go. Teamwork. Gotta love it.
Yeah, he's finally got a use. He's got opinions too, so he's fine.
Wilson.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Mr. Dharma Dragon. Says he's kind of surprised that Detroit made the smart move and took Sewell.
They've actually been smarter the last couple of years. They've been less laughable in that regard.
I'm not okay with it. I'm not very happy about it.
No. No, not at all.
Mark Wellner is 100% in on Rashad Bateman, for the record, for Green Bay. Which I get. I hear you, Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know. There's a lot of guys that Packers pick I'm super okay with, and nobody I'm like, I'll go crazy if they draft so and so at that point.
There's a couple that I
mean,
think, yeah, it depends on how the board falls, right? There's some guys that if they go a certain direction over, somebody preferred, I might lose my hat a little bit, but
I just don't have one in my, like, Love was kind of the guy last year where I was sort of like, man, he's going to fall to us, and I hope we don't get him. I don't have a guy who I'm, like, super concerned with. They'll find somebody, but I don't have anybody in my mind yet. Josh has somebody, though. Nick Bolton. Oh, yeah, I suppose.
oh yeah, that's a good call. I actually I feel that way about Zaven Collins, honestly, a little bit. He's one of those guys that I hope gets that they either jump up to take somebody ahead of where he's going to go, or that that he gets taken off the board before 29, so that we don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Isn't he like 270 pounds playing off-ball linebacker?
Yeah. So he weighed in at 270. He weighed in at 270. Apparently, he played at 265. So the comparison that people are making, at least with his size, is like a Dante Hightower. But yeah, he said that his
that works in exactly one scheme. So
right, and that's not, presumably that's not the Joe Barry scheme. So. But yeah, no, he weighed in at 259 at Pro Day, and then I guess he kind of he said he slacked off a little bit and maybe ate a couple too many pizzas, and then ended up at 270. But yeah, but he said that he played around 265 last year, and that's where he feels good, but that's just so big for a modern off-ball linebacker.
Yeah.
Yep.
like how Carolina's pick was in and ABC went to commercial.
So, yeah, I saw that.
Love it.
Pick is in, and we'll be right back.
Genius. Well done, guys.
Mac Jones. Yeah, if they get Mac Jones and they're lining him and Darnold against each other in camp.
Oh man, you'll need sunglasses in that quarterback room.
Hey now. Remember that one.
J.C. Horn for Carolina.
Yep.
Damn.
Wow.
All right.
That's suboptimal for Green Bay with the corner going off the board a little earlier than expected.
Yeah, that caught me off guard a little bit.
So here
Go
comes
with the Carolina guy.
Denver. So
Moment of truth.
hold on to thy
The
posteriors,
Panthers
folks.
is trying to make sure everybody knows they represent both Carolinas.
Hold on to your butts, everybody. So Horn is a really interesting prospect, and I think he's gonna be great. Honestly, I think he's gonna be a really, really good corner as long as he can be a little less grabby. But that's something I think you can teach a little bit, as long as you're not trying to teach that to Ahmad Carroll,
Or Josh Jackson.
Yeah. Good call.
This is going to be funny when Denver selects Mac Jones over Fields.
Oh no, that would
Oh,
feel really good.
Oh, it
Oh
won't
my
be a
gosh.
welcome. So
So yeah, we got J.C. Horn's RAS card up there, 9.99. Somewhere there's probably Deion Sanders is probably the 10 at cornerback. But no biggie. 41.5-inch vertical, 11-foot broad jump. No big deal.
Yep.
Yeah, we got a comment there saying that that's the first real big reach of the night. Which,
Really? I think they're dancing.
I think the point there was that the Panthers need a tackle instead and should have taken Slater.
boy,
Well, that probably, unless Denver goes a little off the board and takes Patrick Surtain, that leaves Surtain for Dallas in all likelihood. You figure they're almost a lock to grab a corner with that 10th pick. At least that's been my assumption this whole time. Although if Surtain goes to Denver, I wouldn't be surprised if Jerry tries to trade back a little bit with his top 2 guys gone. Oh, all right. Now the waiting
Draft
begins.
quarterback.
Yeah,
Packers love high quarterbacks.
if they don't take a quarterback here, if they pick your period, I'm going to assume that means no deal for Rodgers.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like in the NBA because of the step-in rule where you can't trade first-round picks in back-to-back years, where you'll have a team like select a guy to be traded. It doesn't really happen. So if they get through this, then I'm assuming it's just not happening, at least right now. You know?
The only instance of that I can even remember in the NFL was the Eli Phillip Rivers trade.
Right, and Eli was just like, I'm not going there.
Right.
Yeah.
So
Lynch confirms the Niners did call about Rodgers and said it was a quick end of the conversation.
Well, there you go.
Well, why? I mean, but in retrospect, why would you send him to a rival like that in conference?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I'm certain that was probably part of the reason that was as quick a conversation as it was. But
boy, Denver is taking their sweet time.
They really got to make us sweat.
Yep. Oh, you knew they would. Especially for
Pat, well, you got a former Vikings assistant GM there.
They're going to go overtime.
Yeah. Yeah. Jerry better be on the ball.
He might be able to jump him.
Exactly.
Uh,
Oh my goodness. Well, we'll get a trade eventually. Just,
maybe by Tuesday.
It'll be interesting. The trade doesn't happen. By the way, when the trade doesn't happen, how ESPN will make this a story for the next 2 days still, even though all their sources lied to them. That they'll still be like, no, they're just going to make other trade picks. Other picks are going to I swear.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys what are your thoughts on the probability of it actually?
I don't think it's happening at this point.
I mean, they've got 2 minutes left on the clock because I know I'm a little behind on my screen.
Yeah, it's basically there. No biggie. Just another 90 seconds to decide the future of our franchise.
No pressure.
Oh, they're putting a Rodgers versus Mahomes tease on there. Oh my god.
Oh, Jesus.
ABC, you're killing me.
Well, of course, ABC's doing that.
The schedule release, yeah.
Man.
Might be the dumbest event.
The fact that has turned into an event, is...
Because we already know what the games are.
Uh-huh.
We're not going to find out, Green Bay's playing Kansas City. Yeah, we know. We know that.
Schedule release 21, biggest season ever. Yeah, okay.
Wow, Todd is really high on Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Really? How high did he have him?
Well, he's the 5th best player available on his board behind Smith, Slater, Surtain, and Justin Fields.
Wow.
That's really high for a guy who I don't know exactly where he plays.
All right, pick is in. Pick is in.
Okay, crisis averted for now.
Whew.
Oof,
Unless
Oh,
it's Justin
man.
Fields, then things maybe get greasy. Really, this like worked out really well for Denver if they can get Fields here.
Yeah. Agreed. You got and so you got Teddy Bridgewater come in, play 1 year, and then hand the keys off to Fields in 22. That'll work.
I feel so bad. I feel so bad for Teddy after that year.
They draw it up.
Bridgewater deserved better than you. Yeah, he was in the division.
Yeah, I've never had anything but respect for him.
Yeah.
That entire situation, I mean, sucked. I mean, he almost lost his leg.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patrick Surtain to Denver.
There you go.
Wow. Well, now Jerry's going to be freaking out a little bit.
Good take Fields.
Oh my
To mess
God.
with everybody.
Good Lord.
Send Rodgers back to McCarthy for
Back.
Dak. Nobody's made that joke yet. I know it's not going to happen.
We
Send him back to McCarthy.
Oh my God, we can't even afford. Like, can you imagine the dead money on trying to trade Dak Prescott's contract right now? My God.
I know that's not realistic. I just the joke was right there.
Oh yeah.
Like, you want to okay, fine. You want to lob a grenade to our draft plans? Boom, here you go.
That would be hilarious.
So the fact Denver didn't go quarterback here is a little concerning.
I don't
Yeah.
understand like much at all about that decision. I don't know. Like I don't follow. All right. But yeah, to your point earlier, when Horn went off the board, that's 2 corners off in the top 9 at a position the Packers could use some help at. When a lot of those, a lot of the mocks didn't have any going off the board until Dallas at 10. So I think if you're looking at really wanting a guy like Greg Newsome, you're probably going to have to get up to 21-ish, 20, 21. To get into that range where you're going to get the 4th corner.
Feels very much like it's kind of unfolding like it did when we ran our APC mock, where by the time Green Bay gets up, there's just not going to be any corners in that tier on the board.
Yeah. It's funny, Surtain's a lot bigger than his dad was. I think Elder Surtain was like just under 5'11", maybe 5'11" flat or so. Junior here is 6'2", 208. I mean, that's tremendous corner size. And
okay, so this is kind of cuckoo bananas here, but I've got somebody Denver. It's speculation. Somebody on the Denver media group saying Green Bay's number 1 need is cornerback. Rodgers for
yeah.
That's how it works, though. Like it would be done already.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. They made the pick for you.
Yep.
Hey, Denver, we're going to work out the financial logistics on this. Take Surtain, and we'll get back to you when the back end of the deal's done. I mean,
Right.
not outside the realm of possibility, but I mean, that would be crazy.
The best thing ever would be if they got them to take that pick or told them who to pick, and then they're like, thanks for not doing it anyhow.
Right.
Thanks for taking the guy we told you to take.
Yeah.
That would be amazing. I mean, I don't know why they would do that with a corner unless they're trying to keep, linebackers or receivers on the board or something. But
the tinfoil cheesehead stories are out there already, so it's
Oh boy.
so good.
Here we go.
So if you're Denver, I mean, who do you take here? Or not Denver, Dallas.
Jeez.
The both corners are
Assuming they
gone.
don't
I mean, if
trade
you're
back.
draft.
Yeah, I'm thinking you trade back, or at least you try to trade
I mean,
back
yeah.
if you can.
Answer's always trade back.
Dump out.
Watch some wouldn't go with another lineman. Just keep trying to regroup that line over and over and keep going that way. It worked before.
Did they need a right tackle? I'm just trying to think if Slater makes sense.
Is Lyle Collins, was he hurt last year? But I'm pretty sure he's still around.
Yeah, you're right.
Schefter just tweeted, likely Dallas is trying to get out, but I mean, that's...
And that makes a lot of sense given the corners went in front of them. They drop back 5 or 6 spots and try and get Newsome maybe.
Yeah, either Newsome or if they're okay with the medicals on Farley, I think he'd be a good fit there too.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. Just saying, if they stayed, what would they do? I don't know where else they go with what's available now that wouldn't be available later.
Well, and frankly, they're in a tremendous position. They're probably taking a ton of calls because both Fields and Jones are still there. You know, I could easily imagine New England coming up for one of those guys. One of the teams that like I can't help thinking is like a sneaky.
Oh, they traded to Philly. I bet you Philly's going to take Justin Fields.
Oh, there you go. I was actually going to say
within the division.
That's
also that is a bold move by Dallas.
Yeah. Holy crap.
I didn't know.
Like if
All
I'm
right.
Dallas and you're making that trade, like you need to know who Philly's taking, and if it's a quarterback, you're probably like,
Yikes.
I don't know about that.
All right. Well, I get to break out my trade value calculator here. If it loads.
Wow.
So I was actually going to say, honestly, does Minnesota consider taking a quarterback?
I've seen some Vikings people speculating if, like, Fields falls to the Vikings.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's insane.
It's not. I mean, Kirk Cousins will have a fit, but
Oh, who cares? Ship him off too.
NFL's really about to allow Belichick to get Justin Fields if Philly doesn't take him.
Seriously, Kirk Cousins isn't good enough to be allowed to throw fit.
Can Kirk Cousins throw a fit?
yeah, but it'd probably be over the head of whoever is intended target.
There we go.
Yeah, there we go.
It's the one thing Kevin King can cover.
Whoa!
Very nice.
Oof.
All right, let's see. So Philly gets 10.
Eagles trade the 12th and 84th pick.
Excellent.
ABC is still showing. Wow. Okay. ABC still showing Philly with the 12th pick.
All right, so I got the trade eval up based on that 10 for 12 and 84. Looks like Dallas by all three trade charts wins this trade pretty comfortably too. On the Jerry Johnson. What's that?
Goes wide receiver here. Any chance just Philadelphia goes wide receiver too?
Devontae
Smith doesn't go here. I think he'd go to New York. But
yeah, so Dallas definitely comes out as a winner by both the Jimmy Johnson chart and the Rich Hill chart by a pretty good margin.
So what do you think happens with Jalen Hurts then, if they go Fields here?
They said they want to have a competition.
You got a second-round pick versus a top 10. I think you declare your winner just with the draft value there. But
yeah.
You get them in camp and find out.
Trade one of them at the end of camp or something, I guess. Well, trade Hurts if he loses the job, right?
Brian Broman, Aaron Rodgers energy all over again, except they're both. Except Hurts is actually, I think, good.
All right. Well, let's see where we go here.
Still waiting after the trade?
Yep.
The Eagles trying to trade it away now? No.
So that 12th pick now has changed hands 3 different times.
Wait, the 12th pick? Aaron Rodgers wears 12.
There we go.
Oh, no.
Is Q talking to us?
Oh, I should have put up the Pepe Sylvia board over here. Oh, man. Opportunity squandered. I mean, if they go with Devonta Smith to New York, I think, are we in agreement there?
I think that'd make sense. Yeah. Because they've got, I mean, that'd be a solid young core between, I mean, depending on what you think of Daniel Jones, obviously, but at least of playmakers between him and Saquon and Galladay.
Yeah, I think Jones will look a lot better having more of that around him.
Yeah,
Devonta Smith is the pick here.
I was just gonna say, like, I would not be surprised if Philly jumped the Giants to get Devontae Smith. Well, so hell, now at this point, Dallas could trade back from 12 to another quarterback needy team.
Yeah.
I mean, the Giants might do it. I don't know.
It's almost like Dallas made a move to another division rival to hurt a different division rival. Like, they picked which one they hated more. 3D chess, I'm telling you. That Jerry Jones.
Jerry, you never know what he's going to do. So I was going to save a pour of Eagle Rare for when Philly got up on the clock, but I didn't... I hadn't finished off my last pour yet, so I wasn't able to time it just right. I was gonna be good if they had stayed at 12. I was gonna be great, but alas.
That was a great suggestion, by the way. I just cannot find it anywhere here.
Yep. That's not a surprise to me at all. Anything from Buffalo Trace nowadays is very difficult to find, unfortunately.
It's Wisconsin. We're the liquor capital of America. I don't understand why. There's a ton of lower shelf stuff, but you can't find the good stuff here. I have to order it online, which, I guess, but
yeah, there's a supply issue with Buffalo Trace's stuff. At this point, the demand is so far outstripping the supply.
Is that a COVID thing, or has it been that way for a while?
It's been that way for a couple of years. They had amped up their. Oh, hold on, John. I'm gonna mute you real quick.
You guys hear me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay. Discord kept saying I couldn't hear anything from the mic.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, they had expanded their production capacity about 6 or 7 years ago. That was what they said when I was on a tour 2 summers ago, and they're expecting their demand to, or expecting to be able to meet the demand better in a couple years when everything is fully aged. Especially Eagle Rare, since that's a 10-year age statement on it.
I don't know if you guys had already talked about this because I was out, but Rap just tweeted that the Giants are trying to trade up 11.
Yeah, Chicago just traded up to 11.
Chicago at 11? Oh, crap.
It's happening.
Fields is coming.
Oh,
Well,
no.
Again, when I thought today could not get worse, it just continues.
I may have to turn off if this. I may have to turn off and get.
Oh boy.
This might be a four-finger bourbon night the way today's going.
Here comes Mac Jones, baby.
Come on, Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
Is there a running back here that could go?
So that early Najee
Harris.
David Montgomery is the greatest running back who's ever played the game of football. I've been on Twitter. I know this.
Just ask any Bears fan; they'll tell you.
John, can you take the ball out of your trunk, please? Sorry, Paul. Love you.
All right, 11.
Dave Gettleman trading down. That's still wow.
That's a first, I think.
Yeah. He's overseen how many drafts without trading until now?
I think it was 8.
Wow. So the Giants trade pick 11, the Bears trade pick 20, 164, 2022 first rounder, and a 2022 fourth rounder.
Ooh.
Yikes. Why do the Bears hate draft picks?
Have to work out for him.
They just want to just give them all away, all the time.
Why do the Bears still suck? I don't know.
Terrible.
So, based on the man, John, your echo is bad.
Mine? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
Fine.
Um,
I turned down the volume here on my end.
Cool. Yeah, it sounds a little better. So, based on estimated values for future picks, depending on which chart you go by, the Giants come out better on the Jimmy Johnson chart. The Bears come out a little better on the Rich Hill chart. Then again, it's the Bears, so that'll be a high pick next year. So.
The QB1 tweet is looking terrible now.
Come on, Mac Jones. Man, Devontae Smith looks skinny even just standing on the stage. Yikes.
I basically have no idea what's going on right now. Here we go. The cable literally just came back now.
Great tweet from Kalen Collar. Pace pulling a Bill O'Brien and trading all the future picks he will not be there to use anyway.
There it is. I mean, you already failed on one quarterback. What makes you think you're going to succeed on another one? And
yeah, it
why
is Justin Fields. It is Fields.
Shit.
Oh boy. Bears get Fields and the Pack.
All right, well, now we got to hope that he goes the way of most other Ohio State quarterbacks.
Optimism.
So does Dallas try to trade back again now?
That's what I do in all my mock draft simulators. Just keep going back. Just keep stop. You have the entire third round.
I mean, if he has the same career Krenzel did with them, I mean, I'm fine.
That'll work.
A name I haven't thought about in a long time.
The only reason I've thought about him recently is because every once in a while he subs in on local sports radio here in Columbus.
So that's where he ended up.
Yep. Or at least he used to. I actually haven't listened to a whole lot of local sports radio around here recently, so...
So Tex, which trade value chart had, like, it was pretty close between on the value chart.
It was actually a little funny because, again, depending on how you're valuing. Oh, you know what? No, I take that back. There is a error in the calculation. Let me run that again real quick. Give me a second. Damn VLOOKUPs breaking on me. Yeah, talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Give me a sec.
Oh dear. The fact Ryan Pace got a second shot at a QB is just astonishing.
I mean, he's bought himself 2 years of job security. This is an unreal finesse.
The McCaskey's clearly, well, you know.
Bears fans who don't have Twitter are just like cannot control themselves right now because this Goodell monologue is so long.
Okay, that's more like it. Yeah, the Giants win this trade handily.
Yeah.
That's what I thought. I figured something was off
Include
there.
the future discounting?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's assuming half the value of the middle pick in next year's first round. But yeah, that's the Giants are still comfortably ahead. Even more so based on the Rich Hill chart, which I think is a better value
Yeah,
chart.
The Johnson chart is just bad.
Outdated. Yeah. Oh, well, my girlfriend's a Ohio State grad. She's not going to be happy.
She is a Packer fan, though, right? Thanks.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so Cowboys trade down again. Is that the thought process here?
I would think so.
The real question is like, who's trying to trade up at this point? There's nothing left to grab. That's all that interesting.
That's a fair point. That takes two to make a deal.
I mean, I'm glad Fields is in Chicago and not Minnesota. I mean, if that's the way this was going to fall.
Yeah, again, the only thing I can think of is, I guess, if a team like New England really wants to go up and grab Mac Jones or something here.
Oh, Will Brinson. If Aaron Rodgers gets traded, Justin Fields might already be the best quarterback in the NFC North. I don't detect a lie there.
Oh, boy. Yikes.
Justin Fields is upset. I love it. That was Will Blackman. I don't know.
That's great. Still say Fields has one of the prettier deep balls that I've seen in a while. Some of those throws he made with potentially broken ribs against Clemson in the semifinal were ridiculous.
I can't believe he fell all the way to 11.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's.
Do you think he's is he week one? Do you think, or are they going to roll out Dalton early, or do we have a Mike Glennon situation again?
It's the thing is, I think he's going to get Glennon, where it's going to be a competition, but it's just
in name only.
The physical traits that Fields has are just like, because you have a pretty decent floor as an offense just with his running and his arm talent. Like, there's going to be some bumps in the road, obviously, because he's a rookie quarterback. But like, you can, like, the Bears should feel like decent about their ability to make the kind of expanded playoffs now, just because, he's not going to be worse than Trubisky was last year because the floor is high enough with the quarterback run game.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Just, it's an interesting fit with Nagy's offense, but if Nagy can make that work, I
think this will be really interesting because the way that the Bears kind of had to do things because of just pretty significant quarterback limitations. Like, I don't think Nagy's some genius or anything, but the way that they were playing is probably not the way that Nagy would want to construct an offense. I think we'll see a lot more this year in terms of his Fields doesn't have any physical limitations as far as what he can do with the ball. So I think you might see something a little bit more akin to what he wants an offense to actually look like in the abstract.
I mean, how limited of a playbook were we looking at with him with Trubisky and Foles? I mean, we're probably
Well, you can't throw to the left at all.
We're talking probably the Cliff Notes version versus the full book here.
Like the table of contents versus the book.
The appendix.
Sure, but other than taking away half the field, what were really the limitations put on him?
Other than that, how was the play, Mrs. Lincoln?
That's right. The Bears still have Nick Foles too, so I mean,
Yeah, they're paying backup quarterbacks a lot of money this year.
Yeah.
And the thing is they're married to that Foles money too. They're going to pay it whether he's on the roster or not.
Mm-hmm.
They extended him after trading for him, which was just baffling.
And then I would think Dalton's going to have I mean, not a huge cap hit, obviously, but I mean, I think it's not insignificant.
Yeah, it's not nothing.
Watch all of this in full starts week 1.
This is going pretty well for the Chargers. They should end up with their pick of Darisaw or Slater.
Yeah. I'd go Slater there. Just you got to protect Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
I was going to keep Darisaw and Slater away from the Vikings.
Where do we think Dallas is going here then? Is it like
somebody was speculating Micah Parsons, but
could
I
he
have
pay?
not seen a.
I have no idea with the corners gone. I got nothing.
Not a great day for Packerland, that's for sure. Eek.
Oh boy.
had better days?
Is it Parsons?
Don't they have like they've got Smith and
It's Parsons.
the
Is it
big
Parsons?
goon. It is Parsons?
It is Parsons.
Wow. Because they've got
And now we go with
Smith and then the goon from Boise, Van Der Esch, who wears the flat neck plate.
Yes. Oh yeah.
That's a lot of That's a lot of capital spent on linebackers.
Uh-huh.
And now we present the Micah Parsons project.
Oh.
That's
Sorry.
Oh man. Yeah, Mark, you nailed it. That was what I was gonna say. You can't beat the fit with Micah Parsons with some major character concerns going to Dallas.
Yeah.
true.
It's the right fit. I was glad for the sake of one of the writers over at Pride of Detroit that he did not end up there, because there was a story he published that was pretty heartfelt today about some experiences he'd had that synced up with some of the things that Parsons has been associated with. So
Yeah, I did see that. That was an excellent. That's probably not the right word to use, but it was a moving piece.
yeah.
I wonder what the odds are that ABC is even going to touch on some of the problematic parts of his past.
I won't. I bet they won't touch it at all. That's a good point from Mark. Sean Lee just retired, like, earlier this week.
Like, how many linebackers are you putting on the field? Right? Like, most of your stuff is 2 linebacker packages.
I mean, maybe they'll go 3-3-5 as their nickel. I don't know. I mean, Jalen Smith's a decent cover guy, but
Who's their defensive? Because Nolan got fired. Does anyone happen to know who their DC is now?
Wasn't it Chris Richard? Or was he? No, he's a consultant.
Oh, it's Dan Quinn. It's Dan
That's
Quinn.
right.
That's
Quinn.
right.
It was a retread.
Yeah.
Oh.
So here's a weird one for Parsons for me. Okay.
Seattle played a lot of base, so
Yeah.
like in recent years, Seattle's played a lot of base. So I wouldn't be surprised if they try and go, hyper athletic at linebacker with Parsons, Smith, and Van Der Esch, and then just try and hang in base as much as they can.
So I got Parsons' RAS card up here. He's weird because he ran a 4.3640, which, what the hell?
Penn State has some questionable.
Yes.
pro day
I
times.
was just gonna say that. Add at least a tenth or 1500ths of a second to pro day times there for Penn State, but his agility scores are weird because he had a 696 3 cone, very good for a player his size, but then his shuttle was like 4.4, like less than 50th percentile for all linebackers. So some of those, it's weird to me when people have a really good shuttle time and a really bad 3 cone, or vice versa. You're I don't know. I feel like you're kind of functionally testing similar fluidity skills. I guess shuttle's a little more start and stop. 3 cone's a little bit more of a bend, but still. I don't know. Anyway.
That's felt pretty nicely for Los Angeles to really shore up their offensive line quite thoroughly with Corey Linsley and Bulaga already there.
Yeah.
They can add, whether they want to do Slater or if they want to commit to more of like a traditional tackle prospect in Darisaw. They have a chance to really, actually protect their franchise quarterback for maybe the first time in over a decade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be quite the overhaul for an offensive line over the span of, 2 years? 2 off seasons.
Yeah. Phillip Rivers is like, where the hell was this when I was there?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm there, I'm probably still taking Slater over Darisaw, but again, you've got the athleticism there. Darisaw's probably got it and he's shown it, but you just don't necessarily have the. There he is.
There's John.
We got a face. We almost got a voice.
Oh,
there we go.
I had muted the last little bit in the car because I kept popping in and out with the Bluetooth and it was making me very angry. So I was muting out of there.
There you go.
Micah Parsons, that's nice. It's a decent pick for. It's a very cowboy pick.
That's what we were saying earlier too. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a very good fit of player and intangibles and team.
Yeah, keeps that linebacking core exactly where they like to have it. Makes the defense the type of defense he sees them being, I think. And yeah, decent, smart pick. Got to move down a couple times and get other picks for it too.
Was it reported what Dallas got from Philly in that exchange?
Yeah, that was 80. Was it 84? I think it was their third. I think they had like a mid to late third. I think that was what it was.
They picked up a third to drop down 2 spots.
Yeah, that'll work.
That's a big win.
Yeah, trading down almost always wins.
Very odd that Philly wanted to trade up 2 spots for a receiver like that. Who is
My only thought is they were probably scared of the Giants taking them.
Yeah, it's that. Yeah, there was that whole NFC East piece with all 3 of those right in there.
If you want to go up and get somebody like that, the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Don't the Giants have like a decent number of receivers though? Like didn't they just sign Galladay, and then they have
they still got Sterling Shepard there. Yeah.
I mean, Daniel Jones, you need all the help you can get though.
Yeah.
All right, pick is in for the Chargers. And of course, NFL Network goes to commercial.
Oh yeah, ABC's been on commercial for like 2 minutes. These Chevy trucks won't sell themselves.
What the Sam hell is going on outside?
I don't know.
Somebody shooting off fireworks. Okay.
Right.
Lived by a Bears fan.
Probably
Bears
somebody happy with Fields.
Celebrating Draftmas.
I was joking about being blown up tonight. I don't.
Oh man.
Oh, someone let him home. Now I can drink again.
Yeah.
While I got you on the phone, I don't have to see what stupid Twitter QAnon Packer craziness is happening.
Well, I didn't even think about it, but Van Der Esch's 5th-year option decision is coming up. And so that probably informs that Parsons pick too, because they're probably going to decline that because he's been largely disappointing.
Mm-hmm.
So are we going to just assume? Are we just going to assume Mac Jones maybe to
New England? I'm assuming he's going to New England because you've got the 2 tackles left. Minnesota's going to take whichever one the Chargers don't. They're either going to take the other tackle or they're taking Vera Tucker, I think.
Yeah. New England having a quarterback with the name of Corporal Jones is very waspy. He'll fit in real nice in Boston.
Yep. All right, looking like I'm seeing Slater as the pick for the Chargers at 13.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, so I think you're looking at the Vikings going either Darisaw or Vera Tucker.
Yeah, I think that's about right.
Slater, another elite athlete at that position. Let's see, pull up the card.
Everybody just
Well, I mean, yeah,
9-6,
it's
another
the first
9-8.
round, 9-7 here. The only thing,
Especially because stuff's inflated a little this year because there's no
actual
combine, so all these are all pro day numbers.
Yeah, the only thing that he's a little light on is the size. Coming in 6'4", 304, which I think was about where Bakhtiari came in, if I remember right, when he was coming out for the
Just
draft.
watch the Vikings go full Zimmer here and go for some kind of pass rusher.
Oh God!
It'll be
They actually
take like Jalen Phillips.
Need a pass run.
Yeah,
They really do need one because
I could see them doing it, but God, they've got to get some line.
So their defensive tackle situation they have because Michael Pierce opted out last year, so he's back.
He'll be back.
And then if I remember correctly, there were some jokes about them signing another nose tackle in March. I can't remember who it was, but I remember that this was a thing.
I remember
so
that too.
Because like a Christian Barmore would make a lot of sense, like along those lines of Zimmer drafting another defensive lineman. But if they've already stocked the defensive tackle position pretty thoroughly, then perhaps not.
Yeah, and I think this would be a reach for Barmore anyway. I think
you reach for any of them.
Well, yeah, I think if you go edge, they probably go like Pay or Phillips, as the top guy. But I still think offensive line makes the most sense.
Still really sad that Pay hurt himself running because I really wanted to see those agility numbers.
Yeah.
The combine is just me screaming every year, calling people cowards for not running the 3-cone.
Well, and 2020 was especially bad with that because of the screwed up schedule that they had. I mean, everybody was even talking about it when we were down there in Indy that the schedule just completely effed everything up down there.
They need to give my man Slater a bigger suit. Right. Button is doing a lot of work.
Ooh, oh boy,
that's a great notification from NFL.com. Lil Wayne and Dion talking Rodgers rumors.
No one asked for that.
All right. Oh my God. I was gonna save the big hitter ABV barrel proof one for later, but that might drive me to
straight to the face now.
Oh man.
You know, every Bears and Vikings fan is just eating this up right now.
Oh yeah.
So
loving every second.
So my boss is on vacation in Florida right now, and as soon as like maybe minutes after the Rodgers news broke, and he goes, "Street, you don't want to cancel your vacation and come back to work? It might be less stressful." Thanks, bud. I appreciate that.
Yikes.
Seriously, Slater's agent should get him a better tailor coming into this deal.
Ooh, wow. What's with the collar on the jacket?
The collar is weird.
Wait, there's a I didn't even notice that initially. There's like a collar for his collar.
It's the top part of the collar, not the lapel. The collar and the lapel are two different colors, and the lapel matches the rest. And and it's a little short in the back and tight around the middle.
He wouldn't pull that off a rack. There's just no way that was measured out.
Right. The rack for gigantic men.
It was like, what do they have? The big and tall store or whatever? That's where he got it.
Who are the Vikings taking?
I'm gonna guess it's Pay.
Think so?
Yeah, well, because also there's like some things about Daniil Hunter wanting to get out because he wants an extension.
Schefter and Rappaport are both saying they're talking trade at 14.
I mean, that makes a lot of sense.
I don't trust Schefter talking about trades anymore.
Well, Rapp said it too, but yeah.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
Is anyone going to try and jump New England for McCorkle?
Jets are coming up.
Oh, so it's not on the quarterback.
It's not a Mac Jones. What the hell?
I'm gonna grab my laptop here quick.
So how far are the Vikings falling out now?
So the Jets had a second first rounder.
That's right.
For the Seattle of the Jamal Adams trade, so that one's at 23.
23.
Minnesota. Oh, good. And Minnesota's right in the range that they could screw the Packers again. Good.
Who?
Whoa! The bow rocket just about hit my car. That's not
Oh,
good.
jeez.
Ooh.
Hang on, they're
Whoa,
I might mute
Jets?
this. There may be some profanity coming here.
But that much movement.
Yeah, you're good. Don't. Okay, you're good.
Who's like? Who are they moving up for here? I mean, are the Jets could be moving up for a pass rusher? Well,
Yeah,
I mean, yes. Valid point.
Sorry, I'm gonna switch over to laptop so I can use my phone here.
Sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess you could go O-line for the Jets with Darisaw. You could go pass rusher with Pay or
Yeah.
They're probably not going receiver here.
No, I wouldn't think so.
I feel like they could have sat a little longer.
Yeah, Darisaw or Vera Tucker, I guess.
Oh man, trading up for a guard with this.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be bad. That would be real bad.
Vera Tucker.
It's Vera Tucker? Wow.
No.
Oh, boy.
I wonder if they're planning on playing him at right tackle.
They could. I mean,
Still, you traded up a lot for a right tackle. Because if they play him at guard, that's a problem.
all right. Be curious to see what the trade turns out to be here.
Oh, no.
23, 66, and 86 for 14 and 143. Okay.
Ooh.
Seems like a lot of capital.
But the Jets held on to their second round pick.
They traded. They have like Seattle second or something.
So 66 is their third, and then they've got an 86. I think that was from the Seattle trade. Yeah.
Because they pick so early in every round. My
Right.
brain just the 60s is automatically a second round pick.
Yep. All right. So yeah, this one, this gives the Vikings a little bit of an edge again, but not by a whole lot. It's pretty close. Hill puts it at about 340 points going to New York and 370 points going to the Vikings. So about a 30-point swing for Minnesota.
That's what, like a mid fourth rounder on that chart, about 30 points.
Let me confirm. 30 is
Yeah, earliest fourth rounder. About pick 113 or so.
yeah. Yeah, that's a solid trade
solid
for
win.
Minnesota. Yeah. I don't like it.
Nice.
There it is.
What are the Giants moving up for here? Or the Jets moving up for? I'm sorry. What are they? What are they looking for specifically?
It's
like they could get Ryan.
The pick is it's Vera Tucker.
It's Vera Tucker, yeah.
Okay, I missed that. Sorry.
Yep.
That's good. They got to protect what they got.
That's actually smart.
Wait, if they put Bear Tucker on the left, then they only run to the left. They got Kai Beckham and Bear Tucker, and that's it.
I almost start to like what the Jets are doing because I like Sal. I think that's going to be a good. Oh Lord,
Justice. The Jets. Hey, look how bad we don't want to have to play Greg Van Roten for 17 games.
And you know what? That's fair.
That's very fair.
You know what? This trade makes a lot more sense.
Oh, man.
Jesus Christ.
Patriots are definitely taking Jones, right?
You'd think, right?
It's one of the places that I really think he'd probably actually be successful.
Yeah.
Ball comes out quickly. They're going to put a good line in front of him, generally speaking. He's not going to be asked to do a ton. They're going to know his limitations, but I know that they made Cam Newton run some, but that's not what they've generally done. That's not who they generally are. I think they're going to try to get the ball out of his hands quickly and let him do that. It makes sense as a pick.
It always felt like if he didn't go 3, that it was going to end up being New England, right? Like, I'm not crazy for thinking that, am I?
No, I mean, there was no other landing spot that really made a lot of sense. Because really, if it wasn't for the San Francisco smoke screen that we all got kind of blown for the last month,
Yep.
I mean, we forget that Mac Jones was like a fringe first rounder. Like, wasn't even a first round quarterback. It was like, late first, early second. The same territory that mediocre prospects have been in for decades who never turned out to be much. That was where he was.
Yeah. Oy.
Wow, New England wasted no time getting that pick in.
It's got to be. Yep, it's Mac Jones. Yep.
A white guy with some problematic history going to New England. Who could have guessed?
That's not fair. They've taken other descents with problematic histories too.
Maybe this one won't have a white nationalist tattoo.
I was just gonna say. No, he's just got embarrassing
Just like
pictures on his Instagram.
Yeah.
Yikes.
All right. So Cardinals now at 16. You got to start worrying about corner here, right?
Yeah, this is a potential Newsom spot or
Yeah.
a Farley spot.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Farley would fit that physical mold of a big guy like Patrick Peterson. Could pretty much slide right in there if he's healthy.
Yeah, Farley's stuff scares me. As someone who has issues in that area of their body,
Yeah.
Farley's injury is terrifying.
By the way, Tex, I switched to the Larceny just now, and that good choice.
Yeah, there you go.
Very
See,
good suggestion
you're
on that,
all right. So what we've determined is that Chris likes weeded bourbons. That's the key. He goes for the weeded mash bill as opposed to more of a high rye bourbon. So
I've never felt so emasculated talking about bourbon, and I'm drinking White Claws.
Well, there you go.
No laws, man. No laws.
I finally poured out the Eagle Rare, so I was a little late on the Philly pick, but that was that was my next pour.
I grabbed Maker's Mark. That was the first time I've actually had sipping bourbon. And that when I knew, I'm like, okay, this is real good, because I had tried different scotches, and I'm like, let's try some of the domestic product, and I tried the Makers, and the Larceny was a good call, because it's actually, I think, smoother, but it's actually cheaper, which is kind of weird.
There you go.
It doesn't have the same thing.
I think the only whiskey I've ever sipped is in the fall for Badger games, like Crown Apple.
Oh,
that's about it.
Oh God.
Crown Royal was like top of the line stuff when I was in college.
Yeah.
I think we can all relate to that. If you had Crown New Fancy.
That's because I'm not that old.
The apple is what gets me though. I had some bad experiences with some apple flavored things back in the day, so that's a no go for me.
The only whiskey I like is Fireball.
You know, if anybody watches
Fireball's
any
actually like it's as far as like shots go, it's easy to put down.
Exactly. Yeah.
does anybody watch any whiskey reviews on YouTube? Tex, have you ventured into some of those?
Yeah,
I've
I've gotten into that rabbit hole a little bit every once in a while. Yeah.
So, have you gone to whiskey.com with Horst Looning? Have you seen some of those reviews?
I haven't actually seen those.
So imagine like this very fine whiskey aficionado. He's got a review of Fireball on there, and it is hysterical.
Nice. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Like he's sipping it and nosing it like you're doing a high-end whiskey. He's doing Fireball. The comments are hilarious, but he sniffs. He's like, oh, this. He's like, this goes down well, but you probably a bit of a headache. I forgot what he said. He sniffs the cap. And he goes, oh. He's got this real.
Like there's a.
It's like unintentional ASMR type thing, and it's that's where I started looking for some of the Scotch reviews before I decided to ring our editor in chief. But
that's great.
It's classic. He's got that on there. I forgot. Oh man, what did?
Look at this pretty boy walk.
There's this great Matt Bronger bit where he's talking about like how he wants to go into a fratty bar one time and order a Jaeger bomb and then sip it like a fine scotch. Watch everybody lose it around it.
Yeah. I haven't watched this one.
Love how it tastes like somebody melted down RoboCop and I'm drinking it.
He's also got the Yukon Jack on there too, which that to me was a little.
Oh boy.
I don't think I've ever heard a better description of a Jaeger bomb and melted down RoboCop. It's also super accurate.
And Matt Bronger is a fantastic listen if you're looking for new stand-ups. I mean, he's not really new, but he's got a couple good ones out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I'm just trying to take a look at like Arizona's defense and see if there's anything other than corner where they might try to go.
They're pretty shallow on edge guys, aren't they?
Is Chandler still there?
Because I don't know how much they really want to believe in Reddick's last year.
Yeah.
I mean, they're 9th in DVOA on pass defense, but they're 14th in run. Yeah. I mean, neither of those is bad. If we had both those rankings on our defense last year, I think we
got
probably win the Super Bowl.
Malcolm Butler and Alford are their base corners. So
Yeah, Alfred's toast. I think Alfred's washed.
And Butler's not exactly a spring chicken either.
I mean,
yeah.
Jalen Thompson is your safety, so.
I love this. Thor Nystrom says, Mac Jones did not fall to the Patriots. The Patriots reached at pick 15 to address a glaring quarterback need.
Mm-hmm.
Mac Jones was the example of smokescreen. Like, he was every team's smokescreen. Everyone's like, yeah, no, he's great. We love him. Everybody should trade up to where we are.
Oh, I'm a tough
steal him from us.
Oh, man. You realize we're going to see Matub's here. Hey. What's going on?
Matthew.
We all realize that we're going to see nothing but mashups of the Mac Jones picture and the Tom Brady combine picture until the end of time, right? Like it's already out there. I'm gonna drop it into the Discord there. Yeah, that's a good look. That's a real good look.
So, Matt, I gotta really say, I'm glad that tweet blew up on your phone and not mine.
Oh my God, dude, that was out of control. Okay,
I would have worded it almost the exact same way, and I'm like, I'm glad that's Matub and not me.
Did you guys see Justice's tweet about Mac Jones?
Which one?
Go find it on the. You'll know exactly which one I'm talking about. I'll copy it into the Discord here. Give me one sec.
Oh my God.
I love how they're showing Mac Jones on NFL Network now. Like his great anticipation as he reaches to hand the ball off the wrong direction on the fake.
Nice. Is that Ben Fennell on the clip for that one?
I mean, they didn't stop at that point. That wasn't what they were focusing on.
No.
They're like, look, he's got to go. I mean, he turned the wrong way. He's handing off the dead air.
Oh, I see it. I see it, Ryan. Oh boy.
There we go. I finally found it.
All right. Anyway, sorry. Where were you, Matub? What were you saying?
Oh, that tweet has like 300,000 impressions at this point.
Oh Jesus.
Oh.
I've gotten a couple death threats. I've been accused of being MAGA. I only hate Aaron Rodgers because I'm MAGA. What else? Yeah, like so I muted that tweet. Like legitimately, I think I was at 1,000 favorites within like 20 minutes. It's the fastest I've ever had a tweet blow up.
Who?
And my phone was just going off constantly.
Who retweeted it? Was that the?
It was Nagler. Nagler retweeted it within 30
Oh
seconds.
well, that'll do it. Zaven Collins to Arizona. Thank goodness. Get him off the board.
Arizona taking a tweener? No.
Yeah, go figure, right?
Oh man, he's a money backer.
Wrong,
because that's a position that exists in the NFL. Right?
You're in between the wrong positions there.
Oh yeah, right. You have to forgive me. I've been drinking.
Jumbo athlete.
Oh, you too. What are you drinking there, Matab?
Currently I'm switching to diet soda.
We haven't spent nearly enough time discussing whiskey and booze and stuff tonight.
Okay.
We were just starting to get into it in the last maybe 10 or 15 minutes though.
Yeah, Texas officially got me into bourbon and whiskey, so I blame you, sir.
Nice.
I'll take
it. When my parents came,
would you guys?
My parents saw the liquor bottles there. They're like, "Oh no."
Yeah, you can blame it on me.
Would you guys like me to get the worst? Would you like me to get the worst whiskey I own?
I have a feeling I know which one.
I'll be back momentarily.
Do I know which one it is?
He's got it.
I know which one it is.
I just trying to figure out this pick.
It's not the Woodson whiskey.
Yep.
Yep.
This is legitimately the worst liquor I have ever purchased. More than $7.
This is a low threshold to clear.
Right.
Like you're talking about.
I have had bourbon that was $7.50 that was better than Woodson bourbon.
So you're putting Kessler over that for sure.
I 10 High bourbon. Have you guys ever had 10 High?
No.
Sold on the bottom shelf in a plastic bottle. It is better than Woodson's bourbon.
I can also report the same on Butler's vodka.
Butler's vodka at least comes in a plastic bottle and it has no with this glass.
This glass.
Yeah, but does it at least have a plastic twist off cap?
Yes.
Okay. Then
tell you what, you're not a whiskey person, but I'm gonna do something for you that I'm gonna do a comparison and you're gonna know right away. 1 second.
I have a bad feeling about this.
Jeez.
Well, Matub is getting that together. How far down the big board are the Raiders going with their pick here?
Oh man,
65, 75.
Okay, so this is my daily driver bourbon. This is local distillery, Axe in the Oak. This used to be a $30 bourbon, then they won a bunch of awards, and now it's a $50 bourbon.
Oh,
which is how that goes. Yeah.
This is the color. This is the color of a real good aged bourbon. This is the color of iced tea.
That's the accelerated aging process at work there.
It is like the LaCroix of bourbons.
The LaCroix.
Matt, I don't know.
It's like you're drinking moonshine and someone in the next room goes, "Oak."
Oh my god. I have been talking with Tex about, I've been expanding my horizons on the bourbon and the whiskeys and the scotch, so I mean I'm getting there. Hopefully by the time we get to the season I'll be developed.
So
Draft and develop.
I will never be a whiskey snob. I think drink what you like. But I think the fact that you have to pay $40 shipped for this is travesty.
Yeah, I mean, again, Eagle Rare retails for $32.99. Just saying.
Yeah.
Now, if you can find it, that's a different story. But yeah, in terms of value, I mean, Elijah Craig is on the shelves everywhere and is a very solid, very good bourbon for approximately $30 to $33. Don't.
Target has it here for $23.99. Same price as Makers.
There you go.
Frickin' Wisconsin,
Target
man.
is an underrated, by the way.
Frickin' Wisconsin.
For anybody buying liquor, Target is underrated as far as finding liquor.
In Michigan, it's Meyer.
Somebody needs to queue up the Lewis Black bit about liquor prices in Wisconsin.
He's like, I don't know if it's. I remember that. He's like, I don't know if it's that farm subsidy money or if you guys are just hijacking liquor trucks. This is insane.
It's like New Year's every damn night.
He's like, oh, New Year's. That's why we drink with our hats on.
Yeah.
Hats on or something like that. That's a great bit.
That's one of my favorite bits. Period.
Well,
okay, so
the crowd goes, I've almost got that thing memorized.
Yep.
I'm like,
Nice.
somebody in the crowd goes, it's volume, Lewis.
Yeah.
It's volume. It's unbelievable.
So my family that's in Wisconsin is in northern Wisconsin, right on the border.
Oh,
I have.
Oh, there it is. The Raiders reach Alex Leatherwood at 17.
That is a reach.
Really?
Wow.
Okay.
How when you dismantle your entire offensive line for no reason whatsoever, you just got to do it.
You guys think that Roger still wants to go there?
The idea of Rodgers trying to work with John Gruden should have been enough to to eliminate that from any of those possible bullshit lists in the first place.
Like Rodgers has come out off the record and be like, McCarthy is like one of the dumbest people I've ever worked with. Gruden might give that a run for its money.
God,
I think Pullman had Leatherwood to the Packers. No, he had the other Alabama, Landon Dickerson.
There were actually a couple that had Leatherwood in the last 48 hours though. He was kind of a popular late pick at 29.
This Leatherwood pick isn't that big of a reach, by Raiders standards.
It's not.
We took Damon Arnett in the first round a couple years ago, who was like a fourth round prospect.
Yeah.
So anyway, Wisconsin drinking. my family that's in Wisconsin is on the north end, right on the border, and so my only experience drinking heavily in Wisconsin is in Hurley.
Oh,
yep. Okay.
And yes, I did.
In America, by the way,
I did venture to the lower block. Have I ever told you guys this story? This is a great story.
I don't know.
So I was 17, and I was with. Yeah, I was 17, and I was with my father, my uncle, and some of our hunting buddies. This was during the second week of deer season, and we went to Hurley. And what's that? So we went to Hurley, and one of the guys we were with, this guy named Ricky, and Ricky worked for the company that provided all the video slot machines to all the bars in Hurley. So
Nice.
this dude is like a celebrity. Ricky is like 5'7", probably 350, and has 6 teeth. And everywhere we went, Ricky was treated like royalty. Like people just throwing drinks at him. Who's your friend? He needs a drink. Let's go. And so we're making our way up and down the northern end of Hurley's downtown. And he's like, hey, let's go down the lower block. I was like, Ricky, I'm 17. He goes, nah, we're good. Let's go. So we leave. So at this point, I've not broken the law. I'm with my father, right? So Wisconsin drinking laws, yay. We ventured a lower block, me and Ricky. We go into the first place. It's a place called the Silver Dollar.
Oh no.
Walk into the Silver Dollar. It is a gentleman's establishment. They refer to it as the ballet. The bartender walks up, goes, "Hey, Ricky, who's your friend?" He's like, "This is Matt." The bartender goes, "Matt, let me see your ID." I went, "Let me see your ID." So the bartender goes, "No, seriously, like you can't be in here." And I was like, "Fuck you, you can't be in here."
The most Matub thing to ever say to somebody asking for his ID when he's underage.
So here's the thing I didn't realize. The Silver Dollar has a sunken bar. And so the bartender who is seeing eye to eye to me is actually standing in like an 8-inch well. And so he's up from behind the bar and is towering over me.
I say he was eye to eye with you before, right?
Yes. So he grabs me by the scruff of my neck and literally like bum rushes me out the door.
Yeet.
Kicks open the door and yeets me out onto the pavement. And I get up and I brush myself off. And right in front of me, in a parking spot in front of the Silver Dollar, is a Wisconsin state trooper.
Oh no.
And so this dude's he's just staring at me. And so I get up and I dust myself off and I kind of do one of these, like I point at the bar and go, like, just gesture wildly. And so,
I don't know what happened.
So I lean up against the building. I pulled out a cigarette. I was a smoker at the time. I'm just trying to casually smoke the cigarette. And like I was being bum rushed out the door, I heard Ricky behind me go like, "Let me finish my beer, eh?" Like fast forward like 5 minutes. I'm just about finished with the cigarette, and the door flies open again. Out walks Ricky. And Ricky looks at me. He looks at the cop. Looks at me. He looks at the cop. He squints and he looks through the cop's window and he goes, "Hey!" And he starts beating his chest. I was like, "Ricky, what the hell are you doing?" The cop turns his flashers on. Woo! And I was like, "Oh my God, I'm going to jail in Wisconsin. I'm 600 miles from home. My father's nowhere to be found." Cop rolls down his window and goes, "What's going on, Ricky?"
Jesus.
Yeah, that was my first time drinking in Wisconsin. It was a high bar.
Good God.
You would have been safer in Oshkosh, and
I'm sure
there's no shortage of people with 6 teeth there either. So it's just a oversized Hurley at times.
Oh man, Hurley's a trip.
Yikes! All right,
I think they do have the most strip clubs per capita in the country, don't they, or something, Matt?
One of my best friends from high school is from Hurley.
Yeah.
And they're no longer the midgets, by the way. They're like the North Stars or something.
Yep. They when my cousin Adam was going there, they were still the midgets, and so I even had a sweatshirt that said Hurley midgets.
My buddy played freshman football for Hurley. He's like 6'5", 250 kind of guy. And then he came down to Stevens Point and played at my high school. And he had the like workout athletic bags, like, and it's just this on the edge. It says Hurley midgets, and in the middle it's just got this. Just looks like a, like, and you're like, is that a midget? Like, I don't know. It could be any size person because you don't have anything to compare it to.
There's a town probably about a half hour over the border into Michigan, Waters Meat, and they are the Nimrods.
I have heard of that one. The worst one that I've ever heard though is a friend of mine went to high school in Central Illinois, and their high school mascot was the Corn Jerkers.
Oh my God.
To make matters worse, she was a cheerleader, and instead of saying Corn Jerkers on their cheerleader uniforms, they just say Jerkers.
No.
Yes.
No.
Oh.
Yes. 100% true.
There is nothing better.
Like Wichita State with the Shockers right across their softball uniforms.
Yeah. It's priceless.
That
There's
is
nothing better to do in Central Illinois than to use an ear of corn as a
an aid.
Okay, so I'm a cord cutter. I'm having to watch the official NFL.com tracker or ticker, and this thing is behind Twitter.
What are you seeing?
I'm seeing Washington football team on the
That is
clock.
still correct.
Yep. You're
We
good.
got about 5 minutes left.
We totally hi.
How don't they have a name? How is this still
Give me a
going
second.
on?
Football team is a great.
I know they almost should. I wanted to be the Washington team of footballers, so it could be WTF. That's all I from that.
It's a good one.
Perfect.
I still think they should be the Washington Dan Snyders.
You should take great pride in that. Then you should be honored by it.
They
So
should be the
Washington
corn
Snyder's.
jokers.
Can you go with the Washington Snakes? I mean, that's
Just and then they need to make a terrible caricature of Dan Snyder and put it on the helmet. Like hire just some Central Park guy to just draw, just make
so
it terrible.
it would just be Newman from Seinfeld, basically. At that point.
Yeah,
Washington Newman.
that'd be amazing.
I'd be
I,
down with that.
that's a win-win. Just win-win all the way around. I don't know how you don't do it.
And what are you drinking?
What? Who?
What are
Me?
you? Yes, you.
Oh God, I'm so far behind everybody because you missed it. But I had to drive up to pick up my son from a track meet because he's a prima donna. He's here, so I'm looking at him. He picked up because he's like, Dad, this is going to take forever. Come and drive from Wisconsin Rapids to Schofield to pick me up at DC Everest. And then I drove up there, and all the buses are about to leave. I was like, are you kidding me? I drove 2 hours just so you would drive home with me as opposed to the bus? So I had to sit sober through all this Rogers garbage. Sober.
Oh.
It's terrible and unfair. Anyhow, so I've got Grey Goose in Mountain Dew Zero because
Wow.
it's the only thing that vodka goes in that is
Your
great.
poor gut.
No, I have a sweet tooth, so it's terrible, but I do enjoy it.
Oh.
Dude, Mountain Dew Zero is so good.
It's like I loved Mountain Dew in college, but I can't drink it anymore. I can't take that much sugar, and it's so sweet and everything, but I can't take Diet Mountain Dew. It tastes terrible.
Diet Mountain Dew is awful. All of the zeros I love.
The Zero, in fact, actually like Mountain Dew, it's way better. This brought to you by Mountain Dew Zero.
So, question:
my
are
wife.
these actually different formulas, or are they just branded different?
Yes.
Like, the
so
Cokes
so
are just
you know
branded.
how Coke Zero. No, Coke Zero and Diet Coke are different.
My wife will not
different
drink
flavors.
Coke Zero. She will only drink Diet Coke because the taste, she can't take it.
I'll tell you this: if the Mountain Dew Zero is on like a scale of like Diet Mountain Dew to regular Mountain Dew, it's like 3/4 the way to regular Mountain Dew. It doesn't taste like a toxic tire fire.
So that puts it closer to the actual Mountain Dew as the toxic factor.
Somewhere between toxic tire fire and here, yes.
And like nuclear waste.
Yeah.
Right. But I do enjoy it. There's nothing highbrow or good about it in terms of anyone's perception of me for having done this. But I'm not going to lie to you.
I just have respect for your gut's ability to handle the mountain because I can't even do it.
Oh yeah, no, it's like steel down here. I mean, on the inside, not the outside. The outside is very soft. But
The inside though is absolutely carved.
If we get back to football for a second, Washington just selected Jamin Davis. No, he was in the Packers.
Oh my God, I've been calling him Jammin this whole time.
I had to look
Yeah,
up.
I heard on the RAE podcast. I can't remember if it was Paul or JR called him jamming. I was just like, that's just not correct. Like, there's no way that's right.
I believe that's some Jamins, yeah. This is the guy I wanted, and first off, because I love big athletic linebackers, and I think Tampa Bay showed us exactly why super athletic, high-speed linebackers are important, because they just pick up everything, and they can clean up in the back and clean up at the line. Like, they changed the game so much that, I mean, having like what Tampa Bay had changes this a lot. And I wanted someone like Davis because just what he can do. But geez, I also, to be fair, wanted this pick because I did the pre-write, and now I don't have anything.
So
just
you
wanted
know, it's
an
funny. Tampa Bay is the reason that All is no longer on team linebackers don't matter.
Yeah, no.
He's like, hey,
it
turns out if you have a game-changing linebacker, it changes the game. No.
And it's speed now. I mean, it used to be different because you wanted a guy who could step into those spots and fill and make all those tackles. But it's a different type of linebacker now. The guy who's 230, who has that 4.5 speed, he can change a lot because he can change the passing game. He can address the amount of big-time tight ends that are in this game. And, seriously, again, Tampa Bay, defense.
Something that absolutely blows my mind. Kent Lee Platts was doing his RAS rundown, as he always does prior to the draft. Posted Urlacher's. I did not realize that Urlacher was 250 at the combine and ran a 4.5.
Yeah.
That translates to any era. He could play.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I think it's really underrated how
So if
the Tampa 2 defense was obviously really popular in the 2000s especially because of Chicago and their success. Like, just how much of a freak Urlacher was in being able to make that work, because he could basically play like deep middle third by himself.
Yeah. Him and Derek, those two things work. I mean, it changes a lot because it almost makes it work like a 3 deep with how deep that linebacker gets. But you have to have that guy. A lot of teams want to run a Tampa 2, but they're just running it 2 deep with the linebacker who can't do it.
The Tech's just Collinsworth.
That was the
What's that?
smoothest Collinsworth I've ever seen.
What can I say, guys?
Let me tell you, Al, I'm real excited about this game tonight.
So, what do
sitting
we
on
have?
my couch, I wouldn't be able to do that.
What did I miss at 19? What did Washington do?
Jammin Davis.
Davis from Kentucky.
All right.
Yeah.
Good. I'm liking the
Yeah.
off-ball linebackers coming off the board and not being there for the Packers.
The Weeby Jam and
I
jokes.
personally hate that idea. I love the inside linebacker. It's my personal, just a personal thing I know. But every year I want the Packers to finally take a first round. Every year they're just like,
Nah.
John, I don't care that much about what you think, which is fair. I don't care about their legal takes either. So,
You know what's funny is if you say mean things about Blake Martinez, you will get a lot of Giants fans in your mentions.
all right.
He's a name searcher, isn't he, Matub?
Blake is not a name searcher. The big name searchers in recent Packers history are Kyler family.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you said
my
mean
God.
things about Kyler Fackrell, you would get his mom in your mentions.
Lori.
Zach and Ben on the APC pod have gotten it. I know you guys have gotten it, Matub, and yeah, it's
So my number one my number one name search story is I was talking with Robert. What's his last name? Starts with a Z. Used to work for Windy City Gridiron.
I know, but I
Galinsky?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So he and I were just talking about corners in it was like February, and I was like, I really like Josh Jackson. I think he's good. Yeah, he goes, I like Jair Alexander, and I was like, I don't know. I watched a game where Jair got cooked in man coverage a whole lot, and Jair's dad was in my mentions.
I remember.
I didn't even
remember
at
that.
anybody. I just said I saw Jair Alexander get cooked in man coverage. He goes, if you don't think that my son is the best corner in this draft, you are sorely mistaken. And you know what, Mr. Alexander, I apologize.
You were right.
He's right.
He was right.
Also, to be fair, Jair is his own corner, and I said he got cooked in man, and I was right.
I mean, he's still good.
He's like, but I mean, he's not an elite man corner. He's not like a man-to-man shutdown.
It's not
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, Kadarius Toney for the Giants.
Whoa.
Isn't that kind of high?
Yeah.
First,
That's
Yeah, why not trade that if that's who you want?
I'm relieved.
That's a lot of Kyrie Irving in one city.
Thank you, Dave Gettleman.
I see what you did there, Ryan.
We were all under the impression that if the Packers took Tony, Rodgers would just stab him, first practice, just right in the neck.
Yeah, but that might not matter anymore. So,
a DM text, and I was like, "Yeah, Rodgers would kill Tony. Rodgers, I need my receivers to be on time and know what they're doing. Tony, okay, cool, but I'm gonna juke this DB like Kyrie quick." all of his highlights when he's running like these angle routes out of the backfield are him breaking down and doing 3 dribble moves and then cutting.
The best one that I saw was he was running. I mean, literally, it was a dig or it was maybe a shallow slant, but he runs out and then he does a reverse 270 to cut inside instead of just making a 90-degree cut. Yeah, what are you doing?
So he does like a pivot cut.
Well, I'm gonna need more bourbon for this one.
Yes,
like how you'd run like a whip route to the middle.
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
I mean, it worked. He got wide open, but
yeah, because he's an elite athlete. But still,
if you throw a double move on a corner, you can shake him out. So why not throw a quadruple move?
Okay. It's time. It's time to move over to a new one. I'm breaking out one of my favorite ryes. This is Willett's Family Estate Rye, 4-year, delicious. This is the rye that got me into ryes. So, if you ever see it, Willett, little wine bottle. It's got this white label. Usually retails about $60 or so, and it is probably worth twice that to me, at least. So, cheers.
So, big grain of salt, because it's Florio, but he is semi-connected with things in Minnesota, at least. But apparently the Vikings were considering Justin Fields before the Bears jumped in front of them. Like that means. Which is nothing.
I would feel bad for Kirk Cousins if he was a real person.
Anyone seeing this?
And not just like a crab person.
Pod person.
Pod person, thank you. I couldn't remember what which type of not person he was. But
anyone who actively stands for Pizza Ranch, I've got some real questions.
Have you guys ever seen him grill before?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, didn't he nuked that steak, didn't he?
No, he cut up an eye of round. I don't know if he sous vide it and then he took a picture before he actually seared it on the grill. So it was just these gray lumps of fattyless meat.
That's right.
He's cooking some steaks and it's 3 just chunks of gray. And the grill wasn't even on.
Oh god.
Kirk Cousins just blows me away. He's just the corniest dude.
So, I had friends who were in classes with him. Yes. But so I have some friends who are the same age as him, and they were in classes with him at Michigan State. And they're they said that he was like an animatronic Ken doll. Hello, I am here for class. I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to sit in class.
Kirk Cousins younger than me. Oh my god, I'm getting old.
Yeah. Randall Cobb was
never be younger than me, thankfully.
Randall Cobb was the first NFL player younger than me.
Aaron Rodgers is 3 months younger than me, so that was kind of the.
I don't know.
When I realized I made the wrong career choice when I was in middle school.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about
Oh man.
Well, when I graduated high school, I was 5'5". My hopes of a professional career in anything athletic were just mushed.
Oh.
I think Kenny Clark was the first Packers draft pick that was younger than me.
Kenny Clark was young though when they drafted.
When he was a baby when he was drafted.
Kenny Clark had just gotten his learner's permit when he was drafted.
Do you guys remember Amobi Okoye?
Yes.
Yes.
He was legitimately 19, but was a senior at Louisville because he went to college at 16.
Yes. Yeah.
some bullshit.
I remember
Didn't
him
they-
at Louisville, yeah.
took him super early, didn't they?
Yeah, he was like 10th overall or something like that to Houston and ended up not doing much. If I remember correctly, he was a pretty elite athlete, too.
Yes, he was a freak athlete.
Yeah.
It just didn't work out for whatever reason. I don't really remember his career in any meaningful way.
19 and playing 25-year-olds will screw up your life, I suppose.
Except it's insane because he was like 310 pounds. Like one of those.
So he at the combine he was 6'2", 302, and 4'8".
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
Good lord.
His three cone was 7'4",
Have
302 pounds.
you guys seen Spencer
40
Brown?
time Ironman is 180 pounds.
Like,
Not really.
have you guys seen Spencer Brown's workout, the tackle from Northern Iowa?
It doesn't.
Oh, he's a 10 on the Raz, right?
Yes, he was the 10 Raz tackle. I got to pull it up here just for the sake of argument. He had a sub 7 3 cone at 6'8", 311, I think.
He looks like Sam Darnold on test. What? I'm just saying, like, throw 50 pounds of lean mass on Sam Darnold and you get this kid.
Well, I'm down with that. That's good.
All right, Colts pick is in.
Not so much for the trade up to 21, but I mean, the way the draft board's fallen, I'm not surprised they didn't.
Newsom's still hanging. I'm guessing he's going to probably end up at 2.
Is this Darrisaw we're thinking?
That would make sense to me.
Molla's still up there.
They've already got like a really good coverage linebacker in Leonard, though.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make sense to the Colts, but how is he still just hanging around here?
Yeah. Yeah, so
Everyone
yeah,
watched Isaiah Simmons last year and went, I don't know about this.
So yeah, Spencer Brown, 6'8", 311, 696 3 cone, 494 40.
Yeah.
Jesus.
9'9".
You're in a sub-7
9'9"
3 cone
broad.
as an offensive tackle.
You're
You're
like
like
10.0
Yeah,
on
yeah,
the
yeah.
pass.
Yeah,
Around.
he was the 10.
Wow.
Speaking of
Yeah.
corny, we got Russell Wilson on the TV now.
So
Yeah.
speaking of Russell Wilson, Paul and I were talking about this today, and jokingly we're like, Wilson for Rodgers, straight up.
Yeah, he
Who
put
said
that.
no?
Najee Harris, Christian Darrisaw.
Yeah, I'm
The
surprised
fact that the
Darrisaw's still here.
NFL.com big board has 2 running backs at the top is very
A
concerning.
problem.
So as of right now, just sorting by grade, it's the number 1 is Jeremy Owusu. God damn it!
It's the Molla.
Thank you,
Shock.
Gesundheit.
Name.
Jeremiah Hakeem Olajuwon. So he's the number 1 prospect left on NFL.com's big board. Then after that is Clemson running back. Then after that is Christian Barmore. After that is Najee
Barmore's
Harris, Christian Darrisaw, Jason Owe.
Jason Owe didn't have a sack at Penn State in 7 games last year, despite testing the way he did. There's something
had a
wrong
lot.
with that guy.
It was weird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Oh,
Owusu-Koramoah.
will the Packers front office, if we get to the Packers pick, okay, Bateman and Elijah Moore are both on the board. The chance to end up taking like Davion Nixon is also.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
I missed
So-
part of that.
If we get to the Packers pick, both Bateman and Elijah Moore are on the board. We're all thinking like, okay, they're going to go wide receiver. The chances they take Davion Nixon are like 100%.
I mean, they'll probably go for like, you know, a guard again, right? They'll take like Landon Dickerson or something.
Freed Humphrey.
I'm
Okay.
assuming is Tevin Jenkins there?
He's still there. So I
Kevin's
would be.
too old
I would.
for Green Bay.
I don't know. Well, that's true. That's the only difference
He's
between
like
him and
23
Balaga.
already.
Yeah, that's the one reason where the Balaga comp falls apart, because Balaga was super young when they drafted him in 2010. He was like, you know, he was barely 21.
The idea of Balaga ever being young just doesn't make sense.
Right.
He came into the league at 30. He just was
He's
30
just
the whole
been
time.
30, his entire career. Yeah.
To me, Brian Balaga is eternal as
Iowa.
himself in the Cellcom commercial. Just say Brian Balaga doesn't like steak, and then you cut to Brian Balaga going, "What?" Me, that is the like. I will always remember him as that version of himself.
Balaga, ow.
Ow.
Tevin Jenkins still always concerns me in watching him a lot here the last several weeks. Just his footwork bothers me. I've watched a number of plays where he gets bent over backwards and then just pushed to the ground with a single arm.
Some of those air raids.
Come on, run block. But man, his pass block, his first step is not great. When he pulls, his first step is terrible. He pulls with the opposite side foot sometimes. He's a big dude who gets used to leaning on people. I love him as second round type talent, but he's gonna go first round. Somebody's gonna take him, and I'm not as keen on his pass block, especially since Oklahoma State gets the ball out so fast. I don't know if he can go 3-4 seconds on a pass block. I haven't seen him do it. I'm just not as keen on the idea of him. I love him in run block. I'm not as high on him as a pass blocker in terms of our offense.
Did they move him around at all, multiple spots on the line, or am I getting him confused with the different
He went left and right on tackle. I didn't see him play guard this year, at least. I watched a lot of his full game film from this year, but I didn't see him move to guard. He'd be a much better guard than a tackle, I think.
Like, I'm just looking from the versatility standpoint, how the Packers rotate everybody out. That's the only big draw that I think that would overcome what you just said, John, would be some of that. But if they haven't moved him around that much, then I'd say that's probably a no-go 29 anyway. I mean, second round, I agree.
Yeah, I know that. I mean, like the whole kind of Ted Thompson into Gutekunst's idea of linemen. They especially love guys who play two positions. Playing left and right tackle isn't essentially two positions, really. They played him a lot at right this year. And I really like him in run block because he can just kind of swallow up people. He's a big dude who moves to somebody. But his footwork really concerns me as just watching him over and over again with a lot of this stuff. And there's a couple of plays where he steps back, and I'll just watch guys get a hand in his chest, and I'm doing it because I've been on the Grey Goose. You can see me put my hand on a camera. I'm sorry. Guy gets a hand in his chest, and sometimes he just gets that bend and doesn't reset his feet when he gets in that bend backwards. Whereas, there's a couple guys in the second round who I really liked how they reset. I know he's going to go first round, and I don't like him first round in terms of the value you get for the pick. If you know what I mean. Like, in terms of the value you get for the pick in the first round, I think he's a second round talent who's going to go first round because he can be a tackle. And because he is a tackle. But yeah, I don't know. Tevin Jenkins is not one of the guys I'm particularly excited about. He falls to us. His first step's not particularly deep. He doesn't have a long stride on that kickback on his offensive line move in terms of his pass protection. With how quick they get the ball out, I haven't seen him block more than 2 or 3 seconds. And Rodgers sometimes needs 4 and 5 because of the way he likes things to work out. And I haven't seen him do that. Maybe he can. I just haven't seen him do it in film. If he can swallow a guy up and stay in front of him and eat him up by being bigger than him, that's fine. But, it's different. He's going to go up a level. And if he's going to have to deal with Mac in that spot, I just don't like it. I don't like the move on that one. For first-round talent, for a guy you believe has to start first year. Your first-round pick should be able to start first year. And offensive line is the thing I know the most about. I've been coaching it at Rapids Lincoln for the last several years. Played it in high school. And the way you deal with offensive linemen who are 300 pounds is different than the way you deal with them who are a little different, and you need to really focus on technique. But everybody's 300 pounds at the next level, and I don't like his technique. I think he eats up guys who are smaller than him in the Pac-12, or I'm sorry, the Big 12. Sorry, but I mean, I don't know how he projects as well in terms of pass protection as he does in terms of run blocking. And I love him in run blocking. If he can play guard, I like him more there. But I think we more than anything want to tackle if we're going line. That's if we're going line.
So we got another corner off the board. Caleb Farley goes to Tennessee.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he was going to be the one. I thought he'd be the one to fall out of the first round with that.
Yeah,
medical news.
I think you're looking at, you've got to move up. If you want Newsome, you're going to have to find a place to move up to now. And I don't know if that's. I mean, Minnesota's not going to trade down with Green Bay. I could see Pittsburgh. I could see Pittsburgh taking Newsome. I could also see them going elsewhere. Jacksonville, Cleveland.
Jacksonville added a lot to their cornerback room this offseason, so I don't think they'd be a corner.
Yeah, I think maybe Jacksonville you can get to at 25 if he's still there, but yeah, that's if you're going Newsome, I'm trying to think where Bateman might go in these mid 20s too. Probably not gonna.
Could be a Jacksonville.
Yeah,
maybe.
Trying to think of Cleveland. I mean, Baltimore, New Orleans could both be in the market for a receiver. So I feel like you'd probably want to get to 25, 26 to get up ahead of those guys to get a guy like Bateman.
Does a fourth get you from 29 to 25? That's about what they paid last year to get up there, right?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Let's see.
Especially because they have 2 fourths. No, wait, no, they have.
Yeah, 2 fourths.
Yeah, so I could see them perhaps doing that to jump on whether they wanted Bateman or Elijah Moore or Newsome.
And the Jags pick, they got that from the Rams?
Yes, Jalen Ramsey trade, yep.
Yeah. So, sure, they'll trade down a few spots with a bonus pick.
Yeah, the fourth wouldn't be quite enough to get up to 25.
It's like fourth and because they have like 11,000 paid for you.
Yeah, a fourth would be right there for 26 to Cleveland. The 135 pick would get him to 26 pretty much right on. So here's I'll pull the
Farley all alone in his apartment living room. It's just you're like, where is that?
Well, that's the weirdest thing.
Well, that's because he tested positive for COVID this week, which is crazy because he sat out the 2020 season because of COVID because he didn't want to get it because I think he lost a parent or I want to say his dad died right before the 2020 season, and he didn't want to lose another family member, and then he ends up getting COVID the week of the draft, which is really shitty.
Tested negative today though, so
okay.
He also tested positive today. I thought
he's tested positive twice. I think, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. There were conflicting reports from the same people.
Test thing was earlier in the week.
All right, pick is in for
here.
Minnesota.
Telling you, Zimmer factor here. Which Zimmer factor was a term we used in Iraq or Kuwait or the player that we had, who whenever you messed with him, he was going to respond 10 times whatever you did. Like you sprayed water at him, he was going to punch you right in the the manhood because he had to multiply everything by 10. He didn't respond in kind. So we say the Zimmer factor, but Coach Zimmer is a different factor in that he's definitely telling them to fake defense.
What?
Every time, all the time.
Watch him take him.
I could see them taking Darrisaw.
PJ Fleck go crazy.
He's still on the board.
He is, yeah.
God, if Darrisaw on the board, that is the most Viking. That's the best Vikings pick. But I mean, Merrick from TCU as a safety, or going Owasu Koromoa, just to try to add to that linebacking core, the safety group there, to put him next to Smith. I mean, not that he's in charge of the pick, because they do have an actual GM, kind of an actual GM, not a good one, but an actual somebody else who's GM who isn't the head coach at least. But Zimmer's going to have some. If he has
There were
any
just
say-
so many qualifiers.
I know he's not a. He's the most overrated GM I can think of. Like he keeps picking badly, and everybody loves him. And
Bill
I don't.
Belichick DMing would like a word.
What's that?
Bill Belichick DMing would like a word with you.
Fair enough.
Looks like it's Darisaw.
That makes a lot of sense.
Unfortunately, that's a good pick. He can really run block. They want to run first.
I don't think a lot of
We can do
people would have had Farley going ahead of Darisaw at the beginning of the day, though. Back to back.
Yeah, maybe.
So now.
So what are they going to do? Darisaw at left and then O'Neal at right and keep Ezra Cleveland's tiny little ass inside?
Probably?
Yeah.
Like, that's...
And if Green Bay can let Kenny work a double team of Ezra and who's the center whose ass he's whooped like
oh yeah,
every
the NC State guy,
he's a little Bradbury.
Yes, yeah.
Eric Bradbury. I remember his rookie season because I think they played the Vikings week 2 of that season, his rookie season, and Kenny was just
he
just exists in the backfield.
Yep. Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah,
that was a fun week to watch him.
Healthy Kenny Clark was just a blast.
Also true. All right, I gotta get ready because I could very well see Green Bay moving up into these mid-20s for a Bateman or a Newsome, one of these guys.
I bet you they jump. Like my prediction is that they jump to 26 and take Bateman at that spot.
I'd be good with it.
And they give out one of their fourths to do it.
This isn't working very
well. I'm behind here by like an hour on Twitter here, but great comparison for Mac Jones. One of my friends, who's actually a Vikings fan, tweeted, Mac Jones reminds me of John Walker, Captain America, for some reason. If you've seen Falcon and Winter Soldier, you get the joke.
Oh my god.
Sorry.
That's fantastic. That's
great
great.
comp.
Yes, I love it.
So many ways than one.
Oh man, that's so good.
Man, fuck. I use this stupid ring light so I don't have to leave a white page open on one of my monitors, and this thing is piece of crap.
Steelers have already picked. They picked Najee Harris.
It is Najee Harris. Yeah, of course it is.
So Steelers pick ever. That's exactly what they would.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For weeks, everyone was screaming, the Steelers are definitely going to do the dumb thing and take a first-round running back. And they do exactly that.
And they did the thing.
That losing a big-time running back is what kept them from the Super Bowl. Yeah. And so they're going to do that running back now. And here we are.
Pittsburgh is kind of screwed.
Mind the fact that Big Ben is pretty much a lame duck.
A shell of himself.
He's basically Alex Smith at this point. Because his average depth target was broken leg Alex Smith.
Yeah.
He was not throwing the ball more than 4 yards down the field.
Oh man.
The pumpkin faced Browns fan at the draft that is next level scary. Wow.
Oh, there he is.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I just saw him. Oh man.
Make the divisional round, you get to lose into grandeur or something there.
Oh man.
The thing standing between the Steelers and the Super Bowl was actually the Browns.
Yeah, I mean
it's crazy to think about, but yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
So just from a math perspective, what we've got: Jacksonville, Cleveland, Baltimore, and New Orleans left. And then Green Bay, like in terms of targets, we're talking Bateman, Moore, and Newsome probably as the 3 you want.
The
Yeah.
board's falling very well for them.
It's so far so good.
Owusu
Very
Koromoa,
well for them. It's just
personally.
Oh, yeah.
this whole issue with Rogers has kind of ruined everything.
Who the hell knows, man?
Wait, is he not traded yet? Did I miss this? Oh man, was everybody wrong? Stupid.
I mean, I'll say this: it seems very much at this point like that's just not going to happen.
At least not tonight.
I mean, if it doesn't happen tonight, it's not happening this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're waiting for a second round pick and like something else in the future.
Yeah, Goo would actually need to go into witness protection. Like his personal safety would be at risk.
Yeah.
Like he's going to take on cap hell to get a second round pick in this draft, and then like a future pick later on. I wouldn't do that, and I've been drinking for like an hour plus with Mountain Dew involved. So
Is there any cap?
Paul is very happy about Pittsburgh's pick.
I bet he is.
Tex, you're the
Pittsburgh.
cap guru. Is there any benefit to trading Rodgers now versus after June 1st? I mean,
yes.
Is there benefit now versus June 1st?
Yes,
June 1st
because if you trade him after June 1st, you only carry this year's signing bonus hit on this year. Everything else gets hit in 22. So that would be, I think it's like 14 million would hit this year. So you'd clear like, God, what's he at? 30. So you'd clear $23 million if you trade him after June 1st for this year. And then he has a dead cap hit of like 23 or 24 next year because of all the rest of the signing bonus accruing on 22. So you'd save like 23 million this year on the cap, and then like 13 or 14 million next year's cap.
So
that's part of the problem. Yeah, that's part of the problem with trading him now is you cost yourself cap space. I think think you're a minus 1 million or something.
$54 million.
But I mean, the teams
That's a lot of money back now.
Could work on that as some kind of a package.
Right.
Yeah, but
not really.
No.
Because in order for that to work, Rodgers would have to like unconvert his bonus into base salary, which just doesn't. Like the Players Association would drown him in the Pacific Ocean before they let that happen.
Yeah. So the other thing with the corners
even
with
June 1st him.
What's that?
Is like the Packers cap sheet next year is a disaster too.
Yeah, I mean,
so even post June 1st him and taking that dead cap next year is still a mess.
Yeah, Goody said that. I mean, Goody said as much on Monday. Yeah, you do save some money this year and next year, but you're still carrying 23 dead in 22 for a player that you're not employing, so that's not great.
I can't wait for his media session after the draft tonight.
Oh,
that poor
if he has one.
He'll have something. He always does, but God.
That's supposed to be about midnight.
So the other one we didn't talk about was Merrig. I mean, Merrig's still there. That's an interesting chess piece in the back end of the defense.
But it's basically drafting like a slot corner in the first round is what you're doing there.
I mean, basically, yeah. And you still
because Amos is probably getting an extension, right?
Maybe.
Simply just for like cap purposes.
Yeah,
like,
give him a year or
he's
two.
been productive.
Yeah.
So
that's fair.
Like, tack on 2 years onto his current deal just to push the signing bonus around a little bit further.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I mean, you got Newsome, you got Bateman, Merrig, maybe Elijah Moore. That's 4 guys. You got 4 picks ahead of you. It's just a matter of who you really.
Andy Herman at the top of your board. Herman just tweeted out his remaining Packers draft board, and he has 10 prospects left on his board.
Okay.
You got Greg Newsome, Rashad Bateman, Terrence Marshall, Sam Cosmi, Evan Jenkins, Liam Eichenberg, Peyton Turner, Christian Barrymore, Eric Stokes, and Elijah Moore.
Yeah, this board is way too big.
That Moore is way too low on that, I think.
If
Elijah Moore is his 10th.
10 out of 10 on
if
that.
they take the Houston guy, I'm going to eat
Yeah,
a piece of paper or something. Like I don't even know.
You're going to shit a brick. You will literally poop a masonry object.
Yes. Correct. Correct.
Yeah,
It's a lot of pressure.
More way over Eichenberg. Again, not particularly keen on Eichenberg.
Yep, I'm with you on that one.
We're talking like a dude that's probably a third-round prospect in reality.
Mm-hmm.
Which one? Eichenberg?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like him in space. I don't like him pulling. I don't like him moving a lot. He misses guys every now and then. He gets beat to the inside far too often for my taste.
Oh, that one, the Jason Spriggs.
Yeah.
Jason Spriggs was a plus athlete with a big lag spike between his brain and his body.
The dude just had nothing for an inside move. Just every time inside move, it's just like, here you go.
He had
Right
he had
there to
nothing
the quarterback.
for the outside either. He was like he was living life with a 250 ping.
What?
His brain was a quarter second behind reality at all times.
Like a stegosaurus, put another brain halfway between his head and his feet. It'd be fine.
living life at 250 ping.
It's so good.
Tell me, go back and watch Spriggs game film, and you're going to be like, Jesus Christ.
Oof. Just me, or like things have slowed down again. What the hell, Jags? Pick is in finally.
What do they know?
They've signed Tim Tebow, quarterback, Florida.
Oh, for the love of
Oh,
God.
God.
No, they
No,
worked
he's
him
a
out today.
he's a tight end now.
They worked him out
Tight
as a tight
end,
end
yeah.
today.
He's a tight end.
I tweeted that today. I thought the stupidest thing I was going to see on football Twitter today before 8 p.m. was going to be Tim Tebow working out for the Jaguars at tight end. But no.
So it's your fault.
Isn't he like 33 or 34 now? Like
Yeah,
he's
something like that.
old.
I'm older than that.
Yeah, but he was
God.
smacking dingers in the minors.
He's 2008 draft.
Not really.
2011
He was hitting like 190 in single A.
Lost everybody for some reason here.
I'm pretty sure like half of the APC roster could hit 190 in single A.
I want to be very clear. It's not true.
Fair enough.
I would say most of the APC rosters probably not hitting 190 in varsity high school.
There's a couple of us who could have.
Tebow will be 34 in August.
That checks out.
Shit, so I am older than Tebow by a
How old is Mercedes at this point? He's 37.
34.
Might be 38
I think he and I are actually very close in age.
I want to talk about this. I don't like how this is going so far.
Mercedes is pulling money out of his 401k at this point.
Is he eligible for Medicare yet?
Yeah, he's actually waiting to retire until he's eligible for Medicare.
Mercedes Lewis 36. He'll be 37 in a couple weeks.
All right.
Are you guys aware of? Are you aware of the Golden 88 as it relates to unions?
No, but Jaguars just took Travis Etienne.
Who?
Oh, the Clemson running back.
Oh wow!
Also, Urban Meyer drafting like speed running back is the least surprising part of this.
When I watched the game, oh my God. I watched the game with Clemson where he broke the ACC all-time rushing record, not like the single season, but the all-time. And you look at it, you're like, he has like 3,200 yards. I'm like, what the hell goes on in the ACC? What is this garbage?
JT did that in like a year and a half.
I like.
Yeah, he's got somewhere under 2 years of Joe and Baylor.
I like Goodell. I like Goodell announcing the pick from his easy chair on the stage in Cleveland. That was a nice touch.
We really need like full pandemic, like full COVID Goodell again, where he's just in his basement getting progressively drunker as the night goes on,
and more casual too. Like you move from the suit to the sweater vest. Just
Eventually, we were going to get him in just a white tank.
So they flipped Jalen Ramsey for a running back. Wow.
Oh my God.
Yes.
They got more than one pick, but yes, it's as stupid as you just made it out.
Yeah.
It's like the
Something-
year that the Raiders made all those trades, and then they took Clellan Ferrell, who sucked and was a bad athlete, and then they took Josh Jacobs, who was a running back, and they took Jonathan Abram, who they thought was Cam Chancellor, but it turns out that the cover 3 only works when you have an elite pass rush, which they did not have.
I like how I look at Travis Etienne on the screen here. The first thing I see is burst, but I've had some Grey Goose, and I was like, "This is a bust immediately." I was like, "Oh no, burst. He's got burst. He is fast. He's very shifty. He's an interesting runner. He definitely has the ability to also line up in slot. He's a guy who could be interesting in many ways. In a lot of like what Aaron Jones does, that he's got great balance. He's not particularly large, but man, he can catch and he can move. But why do you take a running back in the first round? I don't know. While we're here, you could freak out for us and tell us why, but he's not here.
Leave it to the Jaguars, who had a tremendous rookie running back that they signed as an undrafted free agent to draft a running back in the first round the next year.
Yep.
What a bunch of
Did you guys see what Shats just said?
Yes.
Who's going to be available almost certainly early second or B.
Oh my god.
Like,
oh my
There's
god.
a reason why bad teams stay bad.
I mean, the thing about Jacksonville, the funny part is there's no reason for them to actually be this stupid, because their owner, the Khan family, owns True Media Networks, which is like a huge analytics firm that provides a ton of data to sports teams across football, baseball, soccer, all across the world. It's this massive analytics framework. I actually interviewed with them. Great database, a lot of smart people. There's no reason for the Jaguars to be this stupid, but they just continue to be this stupid.
Oh man.
There's no reason or stupid. Just stupid.
We have some real competition. Tom Crabtree just went live on Twitch.
God. I would watch that. I'm sorry, guys. I gotta go.
Matt, get him in here, please.
Oh man, it would be great.
That'd be amazing. Holy shit.
It'd be amazing.
That was
I loved when he retweeted that picture. They had like all the like Jones and Jordy and all those guys together, and like somebody put up a picture of him in the background, like holding the football up, and he retweeted that. I was like, "This is perfect." Crabtree is so good at it.
The caption was like, "I have more yards per catch than all these guys."
Bad news.
Newsom's gone to Cleveland.
Yep.
Jeez.
Damn it.
I mean, that pick was in quick. Like, as soon as Cleveland
Sweet Prince
picked immediately.
Oh, there's the pumpkin head guy again.
So Baltimore is taking a receiver.
Yeah, are they going to go Bateman? Right? I mean, I think you could see both Baltimore and New Orleans go back to back here.
Yeah.
So Art Stapleton just tweeted, Gettleman says he didn't call Green Bay about Aaron Rodgers. His quote, "It's none of my business," and again reaffirms commitment to Daniel Jones. Aaron Jones.
What does that even mean, Dave?
Oh, man.
That's like the most Gettleman quote ever.
Fucking Gettleman.
It's none of my business.
Everybody who's drafted is like, you know what? They tried to trade away my pick so they could get Aaron Rodgers, and now I have a chip on my shoulder. I'm mad. No.
I wonder if he was sipping Lipton tea when he said that. I don't know.
Ooh.
All right, trash that pre-write. Damn it.
By the way, Paul is taking the 2 first-round running backs as well as we could be expected.
Why isn't he on here to do this with us? I want to see his reaction.
His murder dungeon might not be set up.
Yeah, because he's got the mold and everything.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing is, if you guys have never recorded an RAS where you get to see Paul's basement, it is it's a trip.
It's remarkable.
Been on multiple like trivia nights and podcasts with him. That it's an interesting place.
Yes.
He had I think it was like a PS5, and he just placed it in the background just so one of us would see something.
Big flex.
It's a weird flex.
He's like, "Oh, that old thing is just."
Oh,
That old thing I paid $850 for on the
Like,
second
no, man.
Sage.
He got it. He got his shit retail.
Oh, that's some bullshit.
I think it might
There's
be
fucking like streamers and YouTube gamers that can't even get their PS5s now. And Paul's just like, yeah, I got it retail.
so good.
I went down to the old Stop and Save, and they had 5 in stock.
Oh man.
I don't know what kind of backwards ass stores they got over there. Do you guys have Piggly Wiggly there?
Oh no,
not up here.
Piggly
Wiggly down in Wisconsin.
There's not one here anymore. I think Oshkosh is the only one around here that's got it. Green Bay doesn't have it. Nina, no. I think it's just Oshkosh now. And Amro.
All right.
When my brother was stationed in South Carolina for naval nuke school, I think we went by a house, and in the front of this old house in South Carolina, they had like these 2 like pigs over their like gate to this big looking house, and he's like, "Oh yeah, it's where the guy who started Piggly Wiggly lives." I was like, "Are you kidding me? Like he's got pigs in front of his house, and he lives in Charleston? Like this is crazy."
Oh man.
Oh, so Barmore's still there. Moore still. What's still there?
I still want Bateman, but I don't think Bateman's going to get past one of these 2.
Bateman in Baltimore feels too perfect because they already got their smaller guy. So Elijah Moore doesn't make a lot of sense there.
The only other thing I saw somebody say Owusu Kamara to Baltimore could make a lot of sense.
It does.
So
I already have Patrick Queen.
That's true.
Or the Packers the Packers could trade up with New Orleans here again, and trade Rodgers for Taysom Hill.
That's the greatest thing I've heard in weeks. Just weeks.
I broke.
Why? Why? Why?
I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to bring scotch after that.
I think I just died.
Oh God, this. I can't even tell you how happy that made me. I mean, in that I know you're joking, and that you said it out loud.
If you think I'm that stupid, then you can trade me for a ham sandwich. I mean, that's fine. On the text, could at least get maybe a ham sandwich or a club.
So this is talking about how they traded Jalen Ramsey for Etienne. So the full trade is actually when the picks have been made was Jalen Ramsey for Yvonne Chason, the edge rusher from LSU, who, if I remember correctly, did
nothing last year.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing.
And then Etienne. That's the whole trade.
Oh man.
Which also makes no sense because it's not like they couldn't extend Ramsey. There were no other good players on the team.
Yeah.
Wow.
What are the Jaguars like? And the funny part is Lawrence is probably going to be good. So the Jaguars are probably going to be good, despite their own decades level worth of incompetence, at least.
Oof. So here's a fun one. Northwestern hadn't had a pick higher than the 4th round in like a decade and a half. Now they had two firsts today.
I'm trying to think of even like Dean Lowry might be one of the highest Northwestern picks in like
you are correct, sir. The other 4th round pick was former Packer Ibrahim Campbell.
Oh,
really?
Yep.
So you're saying don't ever draft Northwestern players.
I mean,
don't draft the nerds.
Let's see.
So assuming Deshaun Watson gets traded, this is a text question I just got from a buddy. Who is the best quarterback in the NFC South? Wentz? Obviously not. Lawrence?
Oh, the AFC South.
AFC
I thought you said
sorry,
NFC South.
Sorry.
He did.
Tannehill? Is it Tannehill then? Because I'm guessing Houston's not going to get.
Yeah.
I hate seeing Northwestern guys being picked because I hate Fitzgerald like almost nobody else other than, I guess, PJ Fleck.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right.
Just him and his stupid face.
I hate PJ Fleck's face.
I want
I hate everything about PJ
punch
Fleck.
Number one, but this world is like there for me because he's like super chesty. He's like, nobody picked us to do anything. You're like, everybody thought you'd win this game, dummy. It's like, nobody thought we'd beat Illinois, and here we are. You're like,
Everyone realizes you're perfectly fine, Pat. Calm down.
So I
Like,
just
come on, man.
I just googled PJ Fleck.
Oh,
Here comes
PJ
Paul.
Fleck looks like a soccer hooligan who gets regularly beat up.
That's exactly right, actually. Yeah.
and
He also just
also
called us-
who also moonlights as a used car salesman in his spare time.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's how he pays for his soccer scarves.
199 ride.
stories that are questionable.
Oh man.
Again, I don't want to get nailed for slander on Fleck, but there are some questionable and problematic recruiting stories surrounding PJ Fleck.
Did you see the one that I posted about him with Zach Wilson from BYU?
No,
Yeah.
I don't.
I didn't see that. Yes.
Oh my god. He's like, you ready to row the boat with me? And Zach Wilson's like, I don't know what that means. So we're done here.
Yes.
So we're done.
Just in time.
Oh.
Like they had to work out to get row the boat moves because Central Michigan owned the copyright. And you're like, this is the stupidest legal question in the history of history. And I've seen so many. It's like, come on. Oh God, we're so glad you're here.
Howdy, Paul.
Are we in the murder
just
dungeon?
just
Hi
just
guys,
in
can you hear
time.
me?
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah,
we
I
can
can
hear you.
hear you.
All right.
All I
Discord was
want
telling
to
me
hear is you talking about running backs in the first round. Go.
the Jaguars are so stupid. Just completely ridiculous. They have James Robinson for free. They got his UDFA from last year. Perfectly good running back, good in the passing game. And you go and do this. Like, what are you doing? Everybody should be fired.
Damn it!
Fired.
They did Bateman, didn't they? Yep. Yep.
Bateman?
Yep. Yep.
Damn.
Dang it.
Yep.
So close.
Take that draft
So
away.
close.
Trade out
Delete,
now.
delete.
Getting the trade back. Get ready to go.
Blocked. None of you are free from saying blocked.
Moore and Barman are still there at this point, as well as Asante Samuel. There's several good options.
Don't.
How we would find the wrong one, I don't know. But there's several really nice options here still. I feel all right about this right now.
Merrick.
We're comfortable.
Eh.
I feel super okay.
And yeah.
It's going to
Just-
be dumb. Just
I feel a lot more okay if Ted Thompson was still the GM, and I could kind of know what to expect.
I want them to just trade down, and then a random tweet comes from Aaron Rodgers' account that says "fuck this."
So we're basically hitting Elmo fire.
Oh,
yes,
my
yes,
God.
I'm full elbow fire.
Let's go chaos. Let's just go pure
I
chaos.
am on board.
Oh.
I
Well,
realize
at least I have a
Matt,
pre-write
talked
for
with
trading
them
down.
Matt, I talked with them earlier on this. You guys do realize I am within the range of a nuclear bomb blast in Green Bay for being, even, incinerated. So I don't want that much chaos, please.
So I'm ready to move on to my highest ABV whiskey if things go really south in the next 20 minutes. I have
I've got some paint thinner.
I've got 132 proof Alberta rye.
Just say paint thinner.
Nice.
Yeah.
So
Matt's ready to go with poison.
Have to get
That's
up and
good.
grab that
Yeah.
bottle of. Yeah, hang on. I'm gonna go off. for a
It's always
second.
time for turpentine.
As you can tell by the tape on the windows here, we recently painted the living room. I've got a bunch of just paint
Okay, I think that
Zach,
we got a Zach. I heard a Zach.
no, we get Zach. We get Zach testing out the proximity effect on his microphone.
yeah, sorry.
Oh man, we're getting ready to drink some.
I got a
really
new mixer
high-
that I do not know how to use.
We're getting ready
This
to
is
drink some really
the
high ABV
APC.
whiskeys, buddy.
The APC ASMR podcast.
Oh man,
Oh God!
here we go.
Oh,
Yeah, epic.
Saints.
Oh man,
It's working.
we got you.
Yes, it's working well. Saints pick is in.
Oh man.
Why am I crooked all of a sudden?
What stupid thing are we gonna do today?
And look at you getting all sideways.
What the cinnamon toast is this?
We got this one attorney in Marathon County who keeps showing up in the court with his screen all sideways on us all the time. Where Morgan's sideways again. And so he's trying to figure out how to work his phone. He's like, "What am I doing here?"
I guess I'm going like this.
I promise you, I am not a cat.
I'm not a cat. God, I want to use that line. It's so great.
Oh my god.
Packers
I'm
are
gonna
on
be
the
told,
corner,
like,
man.
turns out you are a cat. I'm like, no. I thought I had it.
Sweet man. I'm gonna have to
What do you got for the Saints here?
Man.
Okay, so do they take
No.
rid of Brian Balaga? Do they take the guy who Paul thought was his dad? Or do they take the wide receiver who doesn't fit their mold?
All right, I guess I'm sideways. I'm audio only. I don't know why this is not.
Whichever way it is, I'm drinking more whiskey.
I just broke
You
open.
do
Well,
it.
you can't see it now, but I just broke open the Bellevue 12 I was telling you about.
Oh, nice.
You do you.
Very good.
I decided to switch from something stronger from Woodson's bourbon, so now I'm drinking water.
Yeah, Zach, you missed the discussion of Charles Woodson's bourbon. Don't. That's the verdict.
TLDR, don't.
Yep.
It's that and even had a in 10 seconds ago.
Hey, Zach, you got your kill
That's what
switch going there. You sound like a Buckethead song.
Zach Cruz is losing his mind about the fact that Elijah Moore is still on the board.
Okay, the
Zach's
Saints
one of
took
the more
Peyton
level-headed
Turner.
among the.
That's not surprising.
Oh.
That's weird.
Actually, I played on the same college baseball team as his brother, and I didn't even know they were related until like after he was already gone.
Huh.
So, all right. So here we go. Packers on the clock. Trayvon Merrick is still there. JOK is there. Elijah Moore is there. Christian Barmore is there. Tevin Jenkins is here. Like, there's actually a lot of guys at a bunch of different positions that aren't terrible.
I'm ready to get.
I didn't realize the Saints took Peyton Turner.
Oh, I did miss that.
Wait, who? What?
Peyton Turner, defensive end.
Peyton Turner to the Saints.
You weren't listening to Matub, were you?
No.
Why is that crooked?
This is randomly your burger. Why is that crooked?
I
Come on,
honestly, I
Packers,
have absolutely no idea what the hell is going to happen here.
Let's draft
Well,
Tavon Austin. Let's go.
It can't be.
mad
Are
about
there
it.
any slow tight ends? Still
I
on the
would
board?
I would say it can't be worse than last year, but
Was that one?
Nothing but bad.
Was it one tight end with the?
Nothing good has happened all day.
don't
Who's the
say
one
Pat
tight end with the
Freiermuth. Don't say Pat
the allit-
Freiermuth.
The alliterative name, was it like Tommy Tremble?
Yes. God, if they
Trumbo
take
would be a really weird pick
if
after
they
Taguara. Like
if they take another
stylistically,
H back,
that's
and if they take an H back at 29, I'm literally turning my computer off, and I'm not even writing it up, and I'm going to bed.
There's no article whatsoever.
Nope.
You submit a completely blank page. You're like,
just cold
I don't care.
shut down active packing. We're just
Yep.
done.
Just shut it down.
Nothing. No photo. Like, I'm done. Just out. Just a picture of you drinking scotch. Just move on.
New Orleans really saw the Peyton Turner guy because he's 6'5", 90, playing defense, and we're like, oh, that's just Cam Jordan, right?
It's Cam Jordan 2.0, Marcus Davenport
That's
2.0.
basically
Like,
that was their full scouting report.
yeah.
Okay, obviously selecting running backs really early. I guess this is the first one I'm just like, I don't know what's happening with this pick. This is just weird. The Saints pick. What?
Just showed a highlight of him playing like stand-up rush linebacker, and it was the most jarring thing I think I've seen. He looks like an offensive lineman just standing out there because he's so big.
NFL Network just finisher with an exclamation point for Turner. Let's love it.
It says the Packers.
There's one report about the Packers. I don't know if you guys are going to want to hear this or not.
No, just don't say anything yet. I want to be mad. IRL. Look at Mark Murphy's stupid fucking face. You twat.
The pick is in. Yep, it's who the rumor is.
Oh, holy shit. Well, it's a position that we wanted.
It is.
And he's fast.
Okay. All right. Well, at least it was a corner.
It's not on offense, yeah.
Eric Stokes, baby.
Eric Stokes.
Get that 429.40. All right. I mean, okay.
It's not a receiver, so that'll infuriate.
That's fine. And he was mocked later a lot, and I feel like you should have traded back there if that's your pick.
Yeah. I get that. I'm not as upset as I was last year, but it's like, okay.
It's a very meh pick, but it's not something you want to throw something through the TV at, which I guess is an improvement.
It's like what I said earlier before Paul got on here. Is like there's a lot of guys who I'm like I'll be super happy about. There's a lot of guys I'm like I won't be angry about. There's not as many guys I'm going to be really upset about. And they didn't manage to find a guy I hadn't thought of that they'd get that I would be very upset about. At least.
Well.
All right. I'll be right back. I gotta go write something. Excuse me.
This was the most like meh response to a pick that I could have imagined.
Yeah.
I was just like,
Yeah. So where we kind of we thought we'd go, but this is not the direction we necessarily wanted to go within that spot, but I'm not angry. I'm not upset about it.
Ed wouldn't have drafted him.
Yeah, still.
I don't like corners with bad agility grades.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, his 3-cone is perfectly adequate. There's nothing
It's
wrong with
fine, but combine it with the shuttle.
His shuttle's so
it's
bad.
barely fine.
But
First time Goody hasn't traded out either. Or moved, at least, I should say.
But hey, man, at least he's 4 inches shorter than Kevin King.
Yay! Wait, what?
Kevin King's combine numbers were legitimately obnoxious. No one should have posted those type of agility numbers at 6'7".
Nope.
Kevin King is 7'5".
8'10".
Bill Rasky.
So
his top
Google
mock
Eric
draft jumps
Stokes
are really
right now,
good, so that's good.
If you Google Eric Stokes right now, it pulls up that it pulls up the executive showing him at 47, but then it shows current team as Georgia Bulldogs football.
Right? Isn't he is that his dad? The guy that played for the Seahawks.
I don't know why I thought he was JJ. I don't know why I thought he was related to JJ Stokes.
Well, I'm so underwhelmed.
I'm whelmed.
Whelmed too.
Exactly whelmed.
Oh, don't worry, guys. The draft expert for Game On Wisconsin with 1,000 followers had Eric Stokes as the number 1 on his draft board for the Packers. So
I've
I am mollified now.
I mean, it feels like just a very like traditionally normal Packers pick. Like,
which I mean, it's an improvement over last year, but I mean, it's
this
like
is
getting an offender bender versus a train wreck.
like if 2015 or whatever, if they had taken like Eric Stokes to the handle, it would have felt entirely normal.
Well, folks, I'm gonna go drink some bourbon and play Madden.
Yeah.
One of those things sounds decent.
I'm going to fix this franchise in my Madden franchise mode.
You're gonna fix it in your mind.
I'm gonna trade Aaron Rodgers for a boatload of picks, and I'm gonna crank up Jordan Love's development.
Is Fart McDuty still available for trade?
Fart McDuty's the GM, my guy.
It's that John Elway go straight from elite quarterback to GM.
To an elite GM that's not really elite.
Fart McDuty. What can't he do? In the yard, he's a safety. Fart McDuty has won. Oh my God! Let's see. In Madden 20, I think he won 7 Super Bowls with 2 different teams. I use him as my head coach in Retro Bowl. He has won 17 Super Bowls.
It's a lot of Super
That's
Bowls.
okay.
Fart McDuty is the GOAT. Fart McDuty is he's a very decorated driver in Forza Motorsport. What other sports have I used Fart McDuty for?
All right, I'm gonna check out too, guys. I'll talk to you later. Gotta get back to you in a bit. Yeah.
Have you? I mean, do you have like a? Do you use me like Wii Bowling or anything?
No,
Nice.
I'm just going over like my game library here. I know I've used him as like my avatar in basically every sports game. He's been a very good hockey wing, right wing.
When I play NHL, I have no idea what I'm doing.
I always just pass to Fart. I've not played FIFA, but I don't have a.
Would you say that you've passed a fart? Thank you.
Yes.
That was for Chris.
Yeah.
Did you get up at 11 o'clock?
Appreciate that.
I'm back, baby.
That was quick.
All right.
I type
Drama reference, yeah.
really fast nowadays.
Yeah, but you probably just smashed your face into the keyboard 30 times. That's what the Packers pick. Fuck.
It wasn't quite that bad.
What's the Bender
So I guess you could say you weren't stoked for that pick.
on game?
Ah, there it is.
I mean, the joke's going to write itself for at least a week.
I don't have any whiskey. I don't have any whiskey
last
from
but not-
Georgia, so
Last but not least,
yep.
Fart McDuty is a very good city planner and city skylines.
Oh man.
Can't remember if text had bounced out at this point, but we were like, this is just an entirely like cromulent, just whelming selection. We just have no feelings about it.
Yeah, that checks out.
It's hard to care when nothing matters and we're all gonna die.
Eat at Arby's, baby. Eat at Arby's.
Eat Arby's. All right. Good night, gentlemen.
Like I'm not like it's not a terrible pick. It's just not the one I would have been most excited about. It's just where we are. Oh well.
So
Like,
let's go De'Ami Brown at 62. Maybe
Nico Collins?
Nico Collins.
Nico Collins. Nice.
Yeah. Yes.
Who knows? Maybe
They trade up for. I mean, could they still trade up for? Because I don't think the other. Elijah Moore is probably going to make it to the second round. So
He will, but early. I mean, he'll go in the 30s.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
I would think so.
So after that, Elijah, you got Rondale, Dami, Nico Collins.
Yeah, the 30s are full of a lot of really dumb teams, though. So who knows? Anything's possible.
Oh,
Who else?
Greg Rousseau to Buffalo.
From Ross, Stokes turned 22 in March, breaking the Packers' streak of taking a 21-year-old or younger in round 1 at like 5 years or something like that.
What was the one they said was like, was it Farley? They're like, he would meet the record if they drafted him today, but if they drafted him tomorrow, he wouldn't be because it's his birthday.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, I mean, at least we know Stokes can move.
Yeah. There won't be any issues of like post-injury Kevin King of not being able to keep up with guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like I'm not excited. I'm not devastated. I am.
Just there. It's just there.
I am.
Just there.
Yeah. Yeah, I said like it's neither great nor terrible. You don't know how else to feel if you're not like super excited or super angry. You're just like, hey, we picked a guy.
Yep.
All right.
It kind of makes sense, you know.
I mean, he's fast, so that's.
To be fair, this is how I normally feel after most Packers picks, because if you think about even during the Thompson years, like very rarely for first rounders was I ever super jacked about a guy.
Yeah.
Oh man, if we could just get somebody who does not have Gregory Rousseau's haircut, what the?
A lot happening there.
My goodness.
Apparently, Louis Riddick loves the Alexander and Stokes pairing. So if take that for what you will, depending on.
Okay.
What you think of Riddick?
I mean,
Riddick.
He's no dumb. Yeah, his analyst work is actually, I think quite incredible.
Yeah,
he should be on a lot more stuff. Like they should put him out front a lot more because he actually knows what he's saying.
ESPN actually has like their matchup show, but they always run it at like 7:30 in the morning, so no one's actually awake to watch it. But then they get to like the countdown show, and it's like, you know what people want to hear? Keyshawn Johnson.
Or stop. The
No.
other thing they stop trotting out Stephen A. Smith for everything. You know, it's like there.
That fucking guy.
At least Stephen A. is aware that it's all a bit.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is true. I mean,
he
does make me laugh.
He doesn't take the process that seriously.
I'm fully convinced that Skip Bayless is just an ESPN ploy to make Stephen A. Smith look like a reasonable human being. But then it just kept going. Now he's at Fox, and you're like, nobody knows. He's just there to make Stephen A. Smith look rational. How do they deal with it now?
The thing I like to think about sometimes is what if SMU had never tried to cheat? We wouldn't have ever gotten Skip Bayless on First Take or anything, because his whole career blew up reporting on the SMU death penalty scandals.
Oh my god!
You watch that like the ESPN 30 for 30, the Plenty Excess?
Yeah.
The Skip Bayless is like, man, you kind of thought something was wrong, but man, the coach was so charming. I just believed him. I'm like, you suck at your job.
You're bad.
Like you're admitting you're not good at figuring out when the coach is lying to you about something that seems super obvious. And you're like, but he was so charming. You're like, you seem dumb. Like really dumb. And you're admitting it a lot. It was a terrible, like he looked terrible in that in that 30 for 30, I thought. I was just like, you're just telling us how much, like, I know I missed everything. All the signs were right there. We all saw them. But I really thought this coach made me feel comfortable with what he was telling me. He was like, but he was really lying to I like a lot. Oh. Okay.
All right. Well, are we gonna make it another like 20 minutes or so to the end of the first round? What do you guys think?
I don't even think it'd be 20, because this one's only got 3 minutes left, and then it's Tampa and we're done.
That's right. All right. Yes, Mark says, give me De'Ami Brown day 2. I agree.
That will work.
That would be my ideal pick at 62, I think.
So
What is it?
from Bob, and this isn't like Bob doing any analysis. This is just him pulling some numbers. But something to make you feel good about the Stokes pick. That Stokes allowed the second lowest completion percentage and the second lowest QBR in press coverage last season per ESPN stats and info.
Okay.
So
Which
there
would
you
be cool
go.
if, as long as we're going to play a little bit of press coverage.
Yeah, if we were going with a straight man, like we could have done this year but didn't, it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, Green Bay's thing is going to be a lot of pattern matching zones, so we'll see how that works.
Mm-hmm. Somebody's making a point that since we stayed put in round 1, maybe that means a move up in round 2 is coming, which I could be on board with that also.
If we do 2 and 1-4, how high can that get us?
Well, let's take a look. Trade.
Yeah, getting those extra 4, 5, and 6 gives us a little mobility.
There's no
Green Bay
way
has more picks than they can even use because their roster is already 70s.
Exactly. I was going to say there's no way they're going to use 10 picks. So,
84 and 18 is...
Come on, 62 and 135.
A 102.
Come on, Google Docs.
They can get to about 53 or 54, it looks like.
Okay.
62. So you can get up to the middle of the second round from the bottom.
Okay.
So it's not like a massive jump or whatever, but...
Yep. Yeah, that's 53, 54, somewhere in the low 50s sounds about right.
And the thing is even if they tack on another fourth and they go really far in, it's not getting them that much higher, like 50, 49. So,
right. That's fine.
At that point, it's not even worth the extra couple spots. In all likelihood.
Yeah, you can get somebody there who can do something for you.
There's some decent mid-round depth at wide receiver.
That was the reason, I guess, why I think that it's like you'd love to have seen wide receiver in that first round. It would have been really cool to look at, and it's flashy. And as the guy who talks about fantasy sports the most on this year, it's like that would have been fun to talk about in fantasy, but there's just so much where it's like, you can get guys who produce in the second and third rounds.
Yep.
And that's exactly where our GMs have come down on the idea of wide receivers in the last several, at least our last like 2 or 3 GMs now. It's like, okay.
I mean, the most productive wide receivers are typically second rounders, so it's not. Yeah. And I mean, that's kind of a. It doesn't mean if you're drafted in the second round that you're going to just be inherently better than a guy drafted in the first round, but there is a strong pathway to success for receivers who are taken in the second round. So it's not like it's not like the quarterback position where if you're not doing it early, you're basically just wasting your time. You can still get some strong production.
It's the value for the pick. It's the amount of value you get, and it's weighted in saying like, I can get the same amount of value for wide receiver later, which means picking them later is more valuable to me rather than picking them early. Whereas, corner Tua is I think probably weights more towards earlier picks than later picks.
Yeah, I know with PFF's studies about like the value you're getting at this specific positions, corner is one of those that does have a pretty steep drop-off after the first round. And by the time you get to the back end of day 3, we're talking about like, you're really looking at your third corner or even lower than that for most guys. Because if you even think about it, like outside of Richard Sherman, who just kind of like was a weird build of a corner and played in a very specific role that suited his skill set really well. He was obviously amazing in that role, but like playing bail coverage at 6'3" is a very specific role that a lot of teams just don't have. You don't see a lot of guys in the middle to later rounds that typically turn out. I mean, the Packers had a weird one where they had 2 undrafted free agents that became, high-end corners, but that's really rare to see happen.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree, and that's why it's making the picking of running backs early. You're like, the value is just not there in terms of what you can get here versus later. So yeah, that's why it's great. But the Packers understand the value of the pick as opposed to just picking necessarily the. When you say best player available, you have to take into account what you're saying is the best value available.
That's
which
the way
is different
I've always framed it. Yeah.
available. Which is the wrong way of saying is best player available. It's best value available, and that's
Right.
at this point the value of corner versus the value of wide receiver pluses up those corners at this point.
Right.
And still, I guess I would have preferred Sante Samuel Jr., but
Yeah, I mean, I love ASJ, so that's like a. But I do understand, like he's quite small and also like meaningfully less twitchy than someone like Jair, who is also quite small. So I understand that you're looking like maybe that's just a nickel.
yeah. We'll see. It'll be an interesting group. I mean, the corner room, I mean, obviously a lot of people are very angry at Kevin King, but the Chandler Sullivan still gives a lot of value in that group. That room of cornerbacks is still going to be a very valuable asset going forward in what we've got. It doesn't mean that our run defense, which is the weakest part of our defense, is going to get any particularly better based on that pick, but the value of the pick still versus what's available to try to improve that run defense and even improve the wide receiver depth on this team. I get it. At least
This is a tough class to want to look at defensive tackles for. There's just it's Barmore and then Nixon from Iowa, and then we're really talking about like a lot of rotational guys after that. It's just
so one of the other guys I still like, just as the inside linebacker, just apologist of the group, Chaz Surratt is still going to be somewhere in there, late second, almost likely, I guess, at this point.
Doesn't Surratt have a summer problem though, where he's got like these direct arms?
I missed what you said. I'm sorry.
So doesn't Surratt, because he's like a bonkers athlete, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have the Ty Summers problem of T-Rex arms, so he can't actually wrap anyone up?
I think that's a thing. That sounds right.
Every time I watch Ty Summers play football, it's like, oh, he gets over there, but he can't actually reach out and tackle anyone because he's got these tiny 29-inch arms.
I honestly of all the mid round or day 2 linebackers, I've found myself gravitating towards Pete Werner from Ohio State. He's got the athleticism. He didn't get benched a whole bunch like Baron Browning did for a terrible athlete in Tough Borland. And
I don't know how Tough was playing because the dude is legitimately a D3 quality athlete.
It's terrible. But yeah, no, Werner I think would be a great pick around 92 in that late third round for Green Bay.
I'm sure Texas watched the Disenchantment on Netflix, the Matt Groening.
Yeah.
So I just like having Chaz, so we can just be like, you got Chaz.
That'd be good.
Maybe we'll watch that show. That show is great. It's really fun. If you like the Futurama, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah. So we just wrapped up round 1. 3 straight edge rushers: Greg Rousseau to Buffalo, Jason Owa from Penn State to Baltimore, and Joe Tryon from Washington to Tampa with the 32nd pick.
All right.
So 4 out of the last 5 picks being edge rushers, plus Stokes
and again,
29.
Jacksonville could have picked Etienne first pick tomorrow.
Yeah,
he'd have been there.
And the thing is, that 5th-year option is going to be completely useless.
Oh yeah,
because you don't want to pick it
up.
Going
to use that on a running back? No, absolutely not. Are you kidding me?
Jag's gonna jag.
It's like they picked him so early, he'd have been there for the next pick.
Herbs.
Yep. They could have picked up
Urban. Urban.
Anybody, just anybody, any of the people they could have used. It's not like they don't have a billion holes on that roster right now.
Tevin Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean they could have drafted literally anyone.
There's a reason you're picking
a
lot of holes.
They're taking one of the edge guys. who ended up going here, and then shore up their offensive line at the top of the second round.
And even if you said, "Oh, you don't get Etienne, but you get Najee Harris," because the Steelers picked Etienne instead, you're just as fine. You're just as fine getting him in round 2. Should have waited till tomorrow. I don't get it at all.
They could have just waited and taken some random dude in the 5th round, or not even taken anyone, because their running back last year was perfectly adequate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, running back wasn't the problem on that team last year.
It was the only position that was like semi-productive.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah. I don't get it at all.
Yeah, you're telling me they couldn't have used like a Trevin Merrick at 26.
That's why I took it that spot for them, because it's just like, oh, they have no safeties.
Yeah, like that makes perfect sense to me. And then grab ATN at 33, or
don't, or just don't. I mean, I'm like you should never take a running back until day 3, just because there's no added value, to them. Like, because you can always find. I mean, Aaron Jones is a 5th round pick. You can find, like, Robinson was an undrafted free agent. You can find, like, competent guys in day 3 and an undrafted free agency, where, like, you don't find a lot of guys at, like, offensive tackle doing that, or at corner doing that. So if you're not still using those mid-round picks on running backs, it's like you could take a position that has a steeper, production decline curve than running back.
I guess the only thing with Etienne is, again, if you pick him 2nd round, you could keep him on the field at slot too. You could put them both on the field.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's got the ability to do that, which would be a little different. But still, yeah, I get your point. It's not I don't understand the pick at all. It is what it is. The picking a running back is the most predictably Steeler thing ever.
Oh, yeah. Everyone knew. Yeah. Not only was it that, but everyone knew it was going to be Najee Harris, too. It wasn't just running back. It was specifically Najee, who is not a particularly gifted athlete, if I remember correctly.
Let's see. I'll pull his actually, I don't even know that he tested.
I don't know if he is Raz. I watched him several times. I mean, like, he's definitely got some – I watched him hurdle several, like, corners and linebackers, too. It's like, yeah, he can move. I don't know that he's particularly the most gifted of this group or anything like that. But he was definitely the one that was more Steeler.
He didn't do anything.
Yeah. He's more Steeler-like, though, than Etienne, who just doesn't match the personality, the way they see themselves in that black and gold.
Najee feels very much like we lost Connor and then wanted to replace him with that, not realizing that, like, Connor was not good at the end because the offensive line is awful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right.
It does just feel like a straight up Pittsburgh pick, though, for sure. So.
Yeah.
All right. It's time to bounce.
Agreed. Gentlemen, thank you for joining us for the first round. We'll hopefully we'll do it again next year and actually have something to be excited about.
Yeah, so
we didn't have a problem on this year, which is, I mean, like, that means we were kind of, I mean, like, it was the okayest type of pick.
Aaron Rodgers did not get traded tonight,
which only everybody predicted. Who
wasn't? Crisis was averted.
Which means we probably need to hunker down for at least the rest of the spring on this, because I got
to be great because now ESPN won't try to make up for the fact that they were super wrong, and won't admit that they'll probably admit entirely that they know that all their sources lied to them and they published it. I mean, are they required to publish that to make their sources continue to talk to them through the rest of the year? I mean, it's not just like everybody got lied to because it's the draft and everybody's lying to you. Every year they're lying to you more and more as you get closer, and we always fall for it.
Nothing new under the sun.
No, but it got a lot of clicks. So victory, I guess, for the internet. The interweb wins the draft more than anything, I guess.
Always.
So, I mean, can we rule out a Jordan Love trade? Right?
Yeah, I think if they would have traded him, they would have done it for something today.
I don't think so.
No?
I don't think a trade is happening because of how stubborn Green Bay's front office apparatus is, and that they're not going to cave on this. But if Jordan Love was traded, So he was drafted at what 26 last year.
Yeah.
You're gonna have like some depreciation in his value because he hasn't done anything. So like you're probably talking about a high to mid second round pick as kind of the area you would get.
That's kind of where I was thinking, because the value's lost. He's lost a lot of value just because
I gotcha.
he didn't play a snap.
Yeah, and he wasn't even active.
If you're going to trade him, you do it after he's shown something. Like he has an actual preseason where he looks good, or he steps in a moment where you're like, well, he can really play against whatever defense he plays against, like Rodgers had against Dallas. I think that Love, if we see improvement this year, then the value goes back up.
Well, if we see anything this year, right? Because we didn't even see him take a snap last year. We had no preseason games.
It's just
we
the
had
dude in the green hoodie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he didn't look good in practice. His footwork didn't look as good as Boyle's.
Right.
And you're like, I expect his footwork to look better this year. I expect a lot of things to look better because he's figuring out how to be an actual NFL quarterback and not a Utah State quarterback. But yeah, his value's not there this year. His value, if anything, is going to be next year or the year after, and not now. And if he gets a trade value, I mean, he's not going to have it this year. He's going to be down the road. So yeah.
Geez.
All right, let's go.
Les Snead tested positive for COVID-19 this morning.
Who is that?
Les
Snead?
Rams general manager.
And he had contact with McVay.
Yep.
So I guess that beach house wasn't a good idea.